Good evening. Am I audible?
Good evening, sir.
So, day 2 of Sudarshan. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Of day 1, existentialism, Kierkegaard, Sartre, Heidegger is remaining. Otherwise, we have revised everything of contemporary Western philosophy. Today's target is of philosophy of religion. Philosophy of religion, the topics that we have chosen: notion of God, attributes, and God-world relation में deism and pantheism, proofs for the existence of God and their critique, in which we will see Anselm, Aquinas, Nyaya, Buddhism, Kant, and Hume. Problem of evil, soul, bondage, and liberation. That will be taken by another faculty today itself. So he'll be discussing the bondage and liberation from entire Indian philosophy. That is a very novel feature. That is how we also do in the class. That is bondage and liberation एक साथ पूरा एक ही जगह कर लेते हैं. Then reason versus faith. In the reason, revelation, and faith topic, religious experience में से we'll be only doing mysticism. We'll not be doing nature and object. Religion without God, I'll be discussing the definition of religion and whether Buddhism and Jainism are religion, both arguments against and arguments for. Religion and morality, very short topic that I'll be discussing in its entirety. Problem of absolute truth, I'll be discussing what are the 5 philosophical approaches to absolute truth. And in nature of religious language, we will discuss what is cognitive, what is non-cognitive, what is analogical, what is symbolic, and we will end the session with the difference between signs and symbols. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. Let us start with notion of God. I mean, in notion of God, attributes of God. First question is, why do we need attributes? And I would like any one of you to tell me, why are attributes of God required? Yes.
So to make God worshipful.
Absolutely correct. Proofs for God's existence, even if they are successful, cannot make God worshipful. God is worshipped for his attributes or qualities. भगवान की पूजा इसलिए नहीं होती कि भगवान है. भगवान की पूजा इसलिए होती है क्योंकि वो सर्वशक्तिमान है. वो he is omnipotent, he is all powerful, he can do anything. वो सर्वव्याप्ति है, he is omnipresent, he is present everywhere. Then वो सर्वज्ञानी है, he is omniscient. वो मर्सीफुल है, वो लविंग है. इन क्वालिटीज की वजह से गॉड को वर्शिप किया जाता है, नॉट बिकॉज गॉड एग्जिस्ट और डज नॉट एग्जिस्ट. अगर हम इसको अपने पेपर 1 से कंपेयर करना चाहें तो इट इज सिमिलर टू द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सब्सटेंस इन वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी. Substance has qualities through which it is known. These attributes or qualities always inhere in the substance. Substance की definition भी आप स्पिनोजा की देखेंगे तो he says substance is that which is in itself or conceived through itself. So the idea of substance in paper 1 of Western philosophy is same as God in paper 2. Okay. Now the types of attributes, the division is of 3 types: metaphysical, religious और ethical. अब हम सारे तो नहीं कर पाएंगे. जैसे personal God or identity of God is a very important attribute of God, especially in the religious sphere. Ethical में what is the goodness of God, that is very important to understand. But we'll focus our revision to omnipresent and omnipotent, these 2 metaphysical attributes. So हम इसको कैसे देखेंगे? omnipresent का religious meaning क्या है, philosophical meaning क्या है, प्रॉब्लम क्या है इससे एसोसिएटेड, एंड व्हाट इज द रिस्पॉन्स. सो रिलीजन में ओमनी प्रेजेंट का मतलब क्या है? गॉड इज इन एवरीथिंग, गॉड इज एट एवरी प्लेस. ऐसा मानने से समस्या क्या आएगी? कैन आई से देयरफॉर दैट गॉड इज प्रेजेंट इन इविल आल्सो? यस, यस और नो? यस. So therefore God is present in evil. That is one problem. Second, if God is present in everything, it leads to pantheism. इस बात को समझने के लिए again from a movie dialogue, I don't remember the movie name, but I remember the actor Nawazuddin Siddiqui. He says कभी कभी अपन को लगता है कि अपन ही, yes,
Sacred games, अपन ही भगवान है.
what games?
So sacred games.
अच्छा अच्छा, in the movie Sacred Games, but controversial सा नाम लग रहा है, but yes, so there is that dialogue. Don't write it in the exam. आपको याद रखने के लिए बता रहे हैं कि religion में इसका meaning problem ये आ जाएगी that there will be no duality between भक्त and भगवान. It will end up in pantheism. Okay, and therefore omnipresence is a theistic attitude. It would not be matching with that. If we accept that God is present everywhere, we will have to accept that God is present in space and time also. But ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा क्योंकि स्पेस एंड टाइम को तो गॉड ने ही क्रिएट किया है. Therefore God should exist prior to space and time. Okay, plus God is spiritual, so it is not possible that God can be present in space and time. He cannot have extension. So religious meaning को हम नहीं accept करेंगे. We will be accepting the philosophical meaning of omnipresence. Philosophical meaning का मतलब क्या है? It is used in the sense of controlling power of God that is present everywhere, in every event of the world. Philosophers compare it to the case of soul and body. जैसे body जो है, that is controlled by the soul. But can you locate the soul in the body? Is its location in the body known anywhere? Yes?
No, sir.
No. So similarly, God is the controlling power, but the world is the body, but God is not located anywhere in this world. So as our soul is supposed to control all functions of the body, but is not present or existing anywhere. Okay. It is also raising the problem of evil. If God is present in evil, or did God create evil? So problem of evil will definitely be a challenge if we accept the meaning of omnipresence of God in religious sense. Okay. Next is omnipotence. देखिए, एक यहां पर मैंने हर जगह इसका etymological meaning दिया है. Between my mains 2 and mains 3, my marks increased in paper 2 from 108 to 155. I got in my second mains 108 only, and I got 155 in my third mains in paper 2. One very important change was I started writing etymological meaning in socio-political and philosophy of religion both. I started the answer secularism hai to from the word secularis. So I started tracing the meaning of the words. Then I started applying in socio-political philosophy, it means this. In socio-political theory, it means this. So here in philosophy of religion also, wherever such a term is there, I have given you the term omnipotence is omnis or all. Omnis means all and potence means powerful. So can I say God is all powerful? Yes.
Yes, sir.
But this definitely raises certain concerns. Okay, we'll discuss that. First, etymologically, omnipresence means God is all powerful, omnis and potence. Most important power of God is the power of creation. Nothing is impossible for God. God can do everything. So what are the problems? Three problems will be arising from this religious meaning. First is the stone paradox. Can God create a stone so heavy that he himself cannot lift? इसका आंसर आप यस देंगे तो भी फंसेंगे, नो देंगे तो भी फंसेंगे. अगर आप कहेंगे यस, God can create a stone so heavy that he himself cannot lift. So cannot lift will be a limitation on omnipotence of God. If you say no, God cannot create such a stone which is so heavy that he himself can lift, then this also becomes a problem on omnipotence or all powerful of God. Okay, so first is the stone paradox. There is also something called Euthyphro's dilemma, which we will be studying in the ethical quality of good. ओके सो यहाँ पर एक स्टोन पैराडॉक्स है और एक यूथिफायरोस डिलेमा है. ये दो चीजें जो है आप इस टॉपिक के लिए कीवर्ड याद रखेंगे. सेकंड, गॉड कैन नॉट डाई. इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर गॉड टू डाई. इट इज नॉट इन हिज पावर टू डाई. बट वी ऑल नो अबाउट द लाइफ, the life of Jesus Christ. Was he able to die? Yes. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then we know all the avatars, God dies in that because he has come in a human form. So Lord Ram, he takes Jal Samadhi. Then Lord Krishna, there is the arrow in his heel story. So all of them address this problem of omnipotence of God. God cannot work against the law of contradiction. ये तीन challenges हैं in the religious meaning. Therefore, philosophical meaning क्या लिखेंगे हम? Philosophical meaning of omnipotence is given by Spinoza. World follows from God in the same way as angles of a triangle are equal to two right angles. ओमनीपोटेंस का अगर हम फिलोसॉफिकल मीनिंग देखें एज पर गॉड वर्ल्ड रिलेशन, तो डीइज्म में क्या है? गॉड हैज क्रिएटेड दिस वर्ल्ड एंड लेफ्ट इट टू फंक्शन इटसेल्फ. ये जो लेफ्ट करा है गॉड ने खुद करा है. इट इज गॉड्स ओन चॉइस. थीइज्म में गॉड इज ट्रांसेंडेंट बट ही टेक्स अवतार्स व्हाइल व्हेन इंटरवेंशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. पैंथेइज्म में Spinoza's view, God is all is God. Therefore, philosophical meaning is God can do everything he desires. The limitations, if any, are also permitted by him only. Okay. Please mute. Okay. So now again some further problems on omnipotence, क्योंकि God की सबसे important power है power of creation. पर्सनल गॉड की भी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पावर है पावर ऑफ क्रिएशन. तो यहां पर आप ये वाई, हाउ और व्हेन, ये तीनों सवाल रेज कर सकते हो जिसका कि वैलिड आंसर नहीं दे पाएंगे थीस. आप आंसर में लिख सकते हैं वाई इफ गॉड हैज अ पर्पस, देन क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई गॉड हैज क्रिएटेड दिस वर्ल्ड. उनको क्या जरूरत पड़ी क्रिएट करने की? सो इफ गॉड हैज अ पर्पस देन गॉड इज नॉट परफेक्ट, क्योंकि वही चीज जिसके अंदर कोई चेंज की संभावना हो उसी का पर्पस होता है अपने आप को बदलना. तो अगर गॉड का कोई पर्पस है तो गॉड जो है फिर परफेक्ट नहीं है. देयर इज स्टिल सम डिजायर्स एक्सेट्रा लेफ्ट एंड देयरफॉर गॉड इज नॉट इम्यूटेबल. क्वेश्चन सेकंड आता है कि गॉड ने कैसे क्रिएट किया? हाउ डिड गॉड क्रिएट? ईदर ही क्रिएटेड फ्रॉम हिमसेल्फ, दिस विल लीड टू पैंथेइज्म, और ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ ओमनी प्रेजेंस विच वी स्टडीड अबव. अगर ये नहीं माने और कहें कि गॉड हैज क्रिएटेड दिस वर्ल्ड फ्रॉम मैटर, देन मैटर बिकम्स अ कोएग्जिस्टिंग रियलिटी. दिस विल वायलेट द एब्सोल्यूटनेस ऑफ गॉड. यहां पर प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी माइंड बॉडी डुअलिज्म की. देन थर्ड, व्हेन डिड गॉड क्रिएट? If he has created in time, so time is a coexisting reality with God. There existed a period with nothing else existed, and when if God created before time, world becomes eternal. So when, how and why, all these three aspects, they are important questions on problem of creation. ओके रिस्पॉन्स में यू विल बी रिस्पॉन्डिंग फ्रॉम इंडियन स्कूल. बाई चांस अगर इसी पे सवाल आ गया प्रॉब्लम ऑफ क्रिएशन हाउ इज इट एड्रेस्ड, सो आप पहले प्रॉब्लम बता देंगे, उसके बाद एड्रेस देंगे इंडियन सोल्यूशन इज ऑफ माया, क्रिएशन इज अ मिस्ट्री. हमको पता नहीं है. क्रिएशन इज ईदर बिकॉज ऑफ अध्यास एंड अविद्या और इट इज लीला ऑफ गॉड. सेकेंड, वर्ल्ड इज क्रिएटेड फॉर द स्पिरिचुअल एंड मॉरल परफेक्शन ऑफ सोल. आपकी भलाई के लिए गॉड ने क्रिएट किया है. ही वांट्स टू मेक यू वर्दी ऑफ हिज फेलोशिप. अद्वैत में डबल नेगेशन को यूज कीजिए, नेति नेति फॉर एट्रीब्यूट्स ऑफ गॉड, सो नन ऑफ देम विल बी वायलेटेड. Law of karma is the scientific solution for evil. द्वादश निदान explains creation without the involvement of God. जो द्वादश निदान के 12 links हैं cyclical, they are able to explain creation without God. They are able to explain on the basis of avidya or ignorance, और उसमें अलग अलग stages आ जाएंगे. There will be jaran maran, there will be jati bhav, etc. So all that would nowhere in the 12 causal links there is requirement of God. Okay, and finally God is omnipotent, because whatever God desires he can do. Any limitation is determined by God itself. So these are the two attributes of God: omnipresence and omnipotence. Any doubt in this? Otherwise we will move to the next topic. Anybody? Any doubt in this? Yes, no? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
The pace is fine, or is it too fast? Yes,
Fine, sir.
fine. Okay, let us do the next topic. Just give me a second. Okay, Aman says pace is fine. Chali, very good. Second topic is, अगर हम सीक्वेंस में देखें तो एट्रीब्यूट्स के बाद गॉड वर्ल्ड रिलेशन आता है. सो देयर इज डीइज्म एंड पैंथीज्म टू बी स्टडीड. मेरा पहला सवाल यह है कि हम गॉड वर्ल्ड रिलेशन क्यों पढ़ते हैं? सो गॉड वर्ल्ड रिलेशन basically comes out from the metaphysical classification of religion. जब हम रिलीजन को मेटाफिजिकली क्लासिफाई करते हैं तो it is on the basis of the relation in which God stands to the world. And there are four main metaphysical theories: deism, pantheism, panentheism, and theism. So we are doing deism and pantheism. Deism का मतलब क्या है? Etymologically it comes from the word dios. Dios का मतलब God होता है. Deism is the belief that God has created the universe but remains apart from it and permits his creation to administer through natural laws. So deism arose as a philosophical form of theism. It uses reason as its source of knowledge of God. It is relatively new school of thought compared to others. It has come, or it is born out of the age of enlightenment. Very important attribute of deism is transcendence. God is transcendent. Transcendent का मतलब क्या है? God is outside the world. As such, he has no logical relation with the ongoing things of the world. Transcendence अपने आप में एक क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है, इमिनेंस वर्सेस ट्रांसेंडेंस ऑफ गॉड. सो ट्रांसेंडेंस का मीनिंग बता दिया आपने, उसको लिंक कर दिया डीइज्म से. व्हाट आर इट्स इंप्लीकेशंस? व्हेन गॉड इज आउटसाइड द वर्ल्ड, गॉड रिमेन्स हिडन. तो जितने भी मोनोथिस्टिक रिलीजन्स हैं, क्रिश्चियनिटी, इस्लाम, दे रिलाई ऑन हिडननेस ऑफ गॉड. इसीलिए वो लोग इतना ज्यादा फेथ पे प्रेशर डालते हैं, क्योंकि गॉड जो है आप उसको कभी जान नहीं पाओगे. कयामत का दिन आएगा, there will be day of judgment, then only you will have any idea whether what you believed is right or wrong. Till then it is relying on faith. So there is hiddenness of God. God remains beyond the knowledge of man. आप यहीं पर एक बात और समझ सकते हैं कि अगर गॉड हिडन है, गॉड का नॉलेज नहीं मिल सकता है, तो हमको किसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी? यस, वी वुड रिक्वायर मैसेंजर ऑफ गॉड और नॉट, क्योंकि भगवान तो आ नहीं सकते. सो विल वी रिक्वायर मैसेंजर्स? यस.
Yes, sir.
Messenger of God does not mean Ram Rahim. So that is why revelation becomes a very important source for these religions. In fact, Islam relies on the revelation of Quran. Quran से वो एक लाइन इधर उधर भी नहीं जा सकते. And the reason there is revelation, because God is transcendent. There is the messenger through which the message of God has been conveyed. Okay, so revelation is also linked with deism or transcendence. Then dualism, it leads to duality of God and world, क्योंकि God कहीं बाहर है और world उन्होंने create कर दिया है. There is also, God has created a perfect world and then left it to itself. So it guarantees freedom of will in true sense. You have freedom of choice. You can do anything in this world. Personality of God, since God is transcendent, it makes him unworthy of worship. Therefore, theologians start to ascribe personality. कि भगवान ऐसे हैं, किंगडम ऑफ हेवन में ऐसा होता है, यहाँ पर ऐसी नदी बहती है, ये चीजें सुविधाएं आपको मिलेंगी. All of you are aware of that. Here there is role of reason and revelation. Greatest strength of deism lies in accepting reason as the authority in deciding morality and religion. And God is transcendent, therefore becomes unknowable to reason. इसलिए revelation makes a backdoor entry. तो reason और revelation दोनों का importance है in deism. You can link it with the topic reason, revelation and faith. Okay, what are the advantages of deism and the problems? So there is truce with science, क्योंकि इन्होंने reason को जो है allow कर दिया, तो science के साथ इनका truce हो गया. It also purified religion of many superstitions. Then free will is restored. God is wholly transcendent and does not interfere in the ongoing events of the world. आप जैसा चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं. We are what we make of what we are. There is also respect for human dignity and effort. There is no miracle, prayer, metaphysical dependence. Buddha said, Atma Dipo Bhava, be the light upon yourself. There is also no problem of absolute truth. Although I don't agree with this point, there is maximum problem of absolute truth in the hiddenness of God. Because God cannot come and stand as a witness. Many people will argue that Quran is actually God's witness, but it is God through messenger. Okay. Then reforms made by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, constitutional morality, etc., would be consistent with deism. Now, what are the problems? Absentee landlord is not a god of religion. Because prayers, rituals, they become meaningless. There is no scope for miracles. इसीलिए क्रिश्चियनिटी में फिर भी miracles के लिए scope है. Because they had to send Jesus Christ. So Christianity knew कि deism वाले क्या point में समस्या उत्पन्न कर सकते हैं. So problems of creation, deism जो same problem है ऊपर, why God created, how God created, when God created, all the three problems will be applicable here also. If God created out of matter, God is not absolute. If God created out of nothing, nothing exists other than God. If God created out of himself, God will be part of this world. God will not be perfect. So how, why, etc., all of them will be a problem here also. Problem of evil, if God has created this world, has he also created evil? Okay, transcendence of God ends in dualism, and the challenges of dualism, all of you are aware of the challenges of mind and matter. Okay, it is also not consistent with other aspects of philosophy of religion. Problem of religious knowledge, because wholly transcendent God के बारे में आप कभी जान नहीं सकते. You can never know about the wholly transcendent God. Then attributes such as omnipresence, ethical attributes, they will be denied to God. इसीलिए कंक्लूजन में आप इसके क्या लिखेंगे? Aquinas, Tillich, Braithwaite, Hare, they try to rehabilitate the knowledge of such God by making religious knowledge meaningful in the form of analogy, symbolic, moral statements backed by a story, etc. So this is the way you are going to link your introduction conclusion with other parts of the syllabus. आप deism में link कर दोगे with reason, revelation and faith. Deism को आप link कर देंगे even with religious knowledge, analogical, symbolic, moral statements backed by a story of Braithwaite. Understood? Till here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Somebody is sending 100 smiley. Okay. Next, pantheism. Again, etymologically from the word pan plus theos. Pan means all. Theos means, very simply, God. Implying that all things are God, God is in all. Pantheism is the belief that all of reality is identical with world and then everything composes of an all-encompassing immanent God. Jaise Gita says, just Shavya read what Gita is saying.
Yes, sir. Gita says, the one who sees me everywhere and who sees all in me, I am never lost to him and he is never lost to me.
Yes. So very profound statement from Srimat, that one who sees me everywhere and who sees all in me, I am never lost to him and he is never lost to me. Okay. Then Spinoza is the most explicit pantheistic philosopher in Western philosophy. We know that his definition of substance, his concept of substance in his philosophy, God alone is real. टाइप्स ऑफ पैंथिज्म में इम्पर्सनल हो सकता है, सुपर पर्सनल हो सकता है और पर्सनल हो सकता है. Okay, impersonal like Spinoza, Shankaracharya, super personal like Radha Krishnan, personal like Sufi and Christian mysticism. The most important attribute of a pantheistic God is immanence. अब हमको ये समझना है कि immanence का क्या मीनिंग है. It means that which occupies every force of the thing in the world. Immanence does not mean omnipresence. Imminence also does not mean imminence. Imminent एक word है ना, we say God is imminent. What does that mean? नजदीक है ईश्वर. तो imminent नहीं है इसका मतलब. Okay. It is also not meaning omnipresence. तो इसको कैसे explain करेंगे? It is explained by the egg example. जो अंडा है उसके अंदर जो yolk होता है, this yolk is having the indwelling vital impetus for life. It is the hormic principle with which the egg transforms into a chick. So immanence is the indwelling power of God, in the sense the indwelling impetus in the egg. उस अंडे में ही वो सब कुछ है कि वो मुर्गी बन सके या मुर्गा बन सके. So ऐसे एक्सप्लेन किया है. थोड़ा सा अगर इसके अलावा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे तो Spinoza has explained through natura naturans, which gives the form of immanence. Okay. Then there is intellectual love of God, amor intellectuus deus of Spinoza. It is the intellectual love of God, neither selfish nor unselfish, but selfless. It is the moth's comparison, compassion for fire. I am to thee what is to thee. So this always quote in your answers, whether in Spinoza or in immanence, the intellectual love of God. Amor intellectuus deus. Okay. Now, what is the advantage of pantheism? When everything is God, will there ever be a problem of absolute truth? कभी होगा क्या absolute truth का problem? When God is all is God. Yes. No. Second, Jiva is Shiva. Service to God is service to mankind, because God is, हिंदी में अगर कहे तो कण कण में शंकर. So you will see divinity in everyone. So will you be moral? Will you be kind to your fellow beings as well as other creations on earth? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It solves the problem of man-nature relation of exploitation. Nature is considered sacred and hence not exploited. Example, sacred groups in India, people hugging and praying trees. आप कहेंगे कि हम लोग अंधविश्वासी हैं. Our philosophy is starts where your thinking ends. जिसको आप अंधविश्वास कह रहे हैं वो आपकी किताब से निकली हुई एक लाइन है. It is not an lived experience which is for us. So when we hug the tree, we see divinity. And this is a way what you are trying to do, spending billions of dollars in the name of sustainable development. When it is convenient, then you will put secondary sanction. Most hypocrites of the highest order. But again, power जिसके पास भी हो वो तय करता है morality क्या होती है. So criticism में God becomes unworshipful. Can anybody tell me why this God cannot be worshipped? Worship का में implicit क्या होता है? Duality of भक्त एंड भगवान. वर्शिपर और वर्शिप्ड के बीच की डुअलिटी पैंथीज्म में खत्म हो जाती है, तो ये गॉड वर्शिप्ड गॉड नहीं होते. देयर इज आल्सो लैक ऑफ फ्रीडम ऑफ विल. जैसे स्पिनोजा की फिलॉसफी में एवरीथिंग फ्लोज इन अ लॉजिकल नेसेसिटी फ्रॉम गॉड. देयर इज नो मोरालिटी बिकॉज गुड एंड इविल ऑल आर गॉड. ऑल आर गॉड. ओके, जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकेंड. Yes. So coming back, Brahman also becomes illusory. जो religious experience है, that is extinguished. You cannot experience God. It is also similar to mysticism. This criticism is pointless if not valueless. क्यों ये criticism pointless है? Because theism is not the only form of worship. थीजम के अलावा भी और फॉर्म्स ऑफ वर्शिप होते हैं, सिर्फ भक्त और भगवान के बीच। इंडियन फिलोसफी तो ये कहता है सर्व खलु इदम ब्रह्मन, ऑल इज ब्रह्मन, बट it also says aham brahmasmi, I am brahman. The ultimate state of your liberation is you become brahman. So theism is not the only form. Secondly, theism is not the only form of, ये same ही है, first and second point are same. Morality of theism causes problem of absolute truth. It will also cause exploitation of nature, etc. Okay, so these are the two God world relations that we have to discuss. This is the second topic. So we have discussed in our agenda, we have discussed attributes, we have discussed theism, and we have discussed pantheism. Okay, now come to the next topic. First, we will be doing religion without God. Then we will be doing proofs for existence, problem of evil. So let us see religion without God, क्योंकि हमको पहले religion का मीनिंग क्या है, रिलीजन की डेफिनेशन क्या है, वो समझ आना चाहिए, तब जाके हम और आगे बढ़ेंगे इसमें. सो दिस वी हैव डिस्कस्ड इन आवर टॉपिक. Religion without God. We have first discussed what is the definition of religion. Then we have discussed is Jainism and Buddhism a religion. अगर जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म को रिलीजन मानेंगे तो आप ये कह देंगे कि रिलीजन विदाउट गॉड इज पॉसिबल, क्योंकि जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म में देयर इज नो सेंट्रल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ गॉड. और अगर मानेंगे आप कि जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म जो है रिलीजन नहीं है, तो यू विल से रिलीजन इज नॉट पॉसिबल विदाउट गॉड, और रिलीजन विदाउट गॉड इज नॉट पॉसिबल. ओके, तो क्वेश्चन दोनों फॉर्म में आ सकता है. क्वेश्चन या तो ये आ सकता है कि इज जैनिज्म एंड बुद्धिज्म अ रिलीजन, ये आ सकता है. और क्वेश्चन कैन बी आस्क्ड दैट इज रिलीजन पॉसिबल विदाउट गॉड. दे आर द बोथ वेज ऑफ आस्किंग द सेम क्वेश्चन. ओके, देन लेट अस सी फर्स्ट व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ गैलोवे. गैलोवे कहते हैं रिलीजन के बारे में, इट इज मैन्स फेथ इन अ पावर बियॉन्ड हिमसेल्फ. It is faith in power beyond himself, whereby he seeks to satisfy emotional needs and gain stability in life, and he expresses in acts of worship and service. तो इनके हिसाब से रिलीजन के ये कंपोनेंट है जो होने चाहिए. रिलीजन इज पावर बियॉन्ड हिमसेल्फ, it helps to get emotional and stability in life, it is expressed in acts of worship and service. So these are the essential features which are present in religion: power beyond man, religion a holistic response, concept of service, act of worship, satisfy emotional needs. Okay, there is also the linkage with the syllabus given. Now based on this we will be deciding whether religion without God is possible or not possible. So introduction में क्या लिखेंगे? Questions about the nature and existence of God, language about God, what can be said about God is a debate in philosophy of religion. The Western theistic religions, primarily Abrahamic ones, view ultimate reality in terms of personal God who is omnipotent, omniscient, and has infinite goodness. Many other attributes are commonly given to that. He is the creator, sustainer, and destroyer of this universe. Eastern religions like Buddhism, Taoism, Advaita, Vedanta of Hinduism view ultimate reality as an absolute state of being. It cannot be described by a set of attributes. So now let us see, therefore, what is the difference between atheism versus non-theism. यूपीएससी कीवर्ड यूज करता है नॉन थीस्टिक वर्जन ऑफ रिलीजन. सो नॉन थीज्म और रिलीजन विदाउट गॉड is a philosophical doctrine which negates the concept of personal God, the divine entity considered to be omnipotent, omniscient creator. There is difference between non-theistic and atheistic. Non-theistic negates the personalistic notion of God but does not assert the non-existence of any ultimate reality. Atheism में there is no ultimate reality. Non-theism में they are saying only God is not the ultimate reality. Maybe it may be a principle, it may be shunyata, it may be Brahman, it may be in Theravada Buddhism, it or in Mahayana Buddhism, it may be Bodhi or Pragna. So it can be a state of affairs, it can be Shunyata, it can be Brahman. However, they are not negating the God itself. They are simply saying that the God, the personalistic notion of God, God having a personality, being creator, sustainer, destroyer of universe, that is not possible. That is the difference between non-theism and atheism. Is Buddhism and Jainism a form of religion? No. अगर हम कहेंगे कि नहीं ये religion नहीं है, तो religion without God is impossible. अगर हम कहेंगे कि yes, Buddhism and Jainism are religion, so then we will say religion without God is possible. So there are 4 possible questions can be asked. Is Buddhism and Jainism a form of religion? Or is religion without God impossible? Is religion without God possible? So let us see the first part. Religion without God is impossible. Based on Galloway's definition. So Galloway कहते हैं कि it is man's faith in power beyond himself. It satisfies emotional needs, stability, expresses through worship and service. Based on this Hinian form of Buddhism and Orthodox Jainism, there is no room for a power beyond man. In Jainism and Buddhism, they are merely ethical system, while Advait is a form of super religion or philosophical speculation. Without the conception of personal God, devotion becomes meaningless, miracles become meaningless. The Shunyata of Buddhism, Brahma Gyan of Nirgun Brahman are charged as being too abstract. Such a God cannot even be known. जो ब्रह्मन निर्गुण है, निरंकार है, उसके बारे में आप जान ही नहीं सकते हैं. जब जान नहीं पाएंगे तो then what is the use? Then Whitehead also says religion is what man does with his solitariness. So these are some of the arguments that religion without God is impossible, or Buddhism and Jainism are not religions. Now next, what is the response to the charge? पहला तो response यही होगा कि भाई theism or personal God is not the only form of religion. Second, Buddhism and Jainism सिर्फ एक ethical doctrine नहीं है. Ethics remains an instrument or subordinate to their spiritual aim. जैसे जैनिज्म की आप बात करेंगे तो जैनिज्म में पंच महाव्रतास, जो जैनिज्म का एथिक्स है, that is subservient to the 3 ratnas of Jainism. What are the 3 ratnas? Yes.
Right conduct, right faith, right knowledge.
First and foremost, right faith in the Tirthankaras, right conduct through the Panch Mahavratas will lead to what? Right knowledge. So, Panch Mahavratas merely remain an instrument or subordinate to their spiritual aim. Then worship and commitment. ये जो आप कह रहे हैं कि रिलीजन में वर्शिप होना चाहिए, तो रिचर्ड डॉर्किन ने ये कहा था कि एक मेटाफिजिकल कमिटमेंट भी होती है, फॉर विच देयर इज नो गॉड रिक्वायर्ड. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जैसे पीपल फ्रॉम लेफ्ट आइडियोलॉजी, आप उनको चाहे कितना भी बेवकूफ समझे, यू कैन नेवर अंडर एस्टिमेट देयर कमिटमेंट टू देयर मकसद. Howsoever illogical their argument will be, they will still make it. वो हर एक प्रयास करेंगे अपनी बात को और अपनी आइडियोलॉजी को रखने का. So there is commitment. देन डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन, दिस इज द बेस्ट, मेरे से अगर पूछेंगे तो फिलोसॉफी ऑफ रिलीजन की ये बेस्ट लाइन है. डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन सेज कि अगर आप शंकराचार्य को हिडियस एथिस्ट कहेंगे तो ये घोर अन्याय है. इट इज ग्रेव इनजस्टिस. इनफैक्ट शंकराचार्य कैन बी कॉल्ड द परफेक्शन ऑफ रिलीजियस मैन, क्योंकि एथिस्ट के लिए ओनली द वर्ल्ड एग्जिस्ट, थीस्ट के लिए बोथ वर्ल्ड एंड गॉड एग्जिस्ट, फॉर आदि शंकराचार्य ओनली गॉड एग्जिस्ट. इनके लिए तो वर्ल्ड भी नहीं है, इनके लिए तो वो स्वयं भी नहीं है, इनके लिए तो सिर्फ उनका ईश्वर है. और रादर आई शुड से ओनली देयर इज ब्रह्मन, ब्रह्म सत्यम जगन मिथ्या जीवो ब्रह्मे ना परा. सो this is the best line. Please use it in your answers, please use it in your essays wherever possible. That is up to you how you are utilizing it. Then etymologically अगर हम देखें तो religare, religion जो आता है वो comes from the word religare. It means to bind together. Not only adherents of the religion but also loose ends of lower impulses in man in himself. So Buddhism through Ashtangik Marg, Jainism through Triratnas, Advait through Gyan Marg is a perfection of man. It is trying to make you get over your lower impulses. और अगर गैलोवे का डेफिनेशन ले लें तो कम्युनिज्म, ह्यूमनिज्म में ऑल्सो बी कॉल्ड एज अ रिलीजन. फाइनली निनियन स्मार्ट ने ये शो कर दिया कि इवन एथिज्म कैन बी अ रिलीजन. निनियन स्मार्ट ने कई सारे क्राइटेरियाज दिए टू शो दैट इवन एथिज्म कैन बी अ रिलीजन. Okay. Plus, to say that Buddha, Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans, they were not involved in social service is to belittle the life and contribution of these great men. ये जो आप कह रहे थे कि रिलीजन इज व्हाट मैन डज इन हिज सॉलिटरीनेस, वो बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है. दीज पीपल हैव ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड generations, centuries, kings, everybody else. Okay, so that is all for this topic. इसमें और भी कई सारे डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं हम, but we have focused our discussion to whether religion is possible without God or whether religion is not possible without God. Okay, let us come to the next topic. So what have we revised? Attributes, deism and pantheism. We have revised religion without God. Now come to proofs for the existence of God and their critique. सबसे ज्यादा समय इसी में लगने वाला है, बट विल ट्राई टू डू इट क्विकली. Is this visible?
Yes, sir.
So in proofs for existence of God, या अभी इसको टाइप से थोड़ा सा कर लेते हैं एंड देन विल कम टू, क्योंकि इसमें क्या है कि देयर आर सम टॉपिक्स व्हिच आई वांट टू डू फ्रॉम माय हैंड रिटन नोट्स, व्हिच इज ऑलवेज एन एक्सटेंशन ऑफ व्हाट इज टाइप्ड. So very quickly, let us do the introduction from the typed notes. Then in detail, we will go from the handwritten notes. So proofs for the existence of God, Indian and Western. First, why do we need proof? Then types of proofs. Then what are the major proofs? Then thinkers, Indian and Western, and critique. यही 5 headings हैं. So first, why do we need proof? So first, proof is required because in theology, atheism is not an option. Faith is definitely perspective faith, but from theistic perspective, there must be a justification for beliefs. Then God's existence is infinite. He cannot be an object of limited intelligence, but man's intelligence refuses to give this unequal struggle. हम जानते हैं कि भगवान के बारे में कभी नहीं जान सकते, लेकिन we refuse to give this unequal struggle. Third, It is true of man's nature that he likes logical confirmation for his psychological beliefs. जो आप बिलीव करते हैं उसका कुछ ना कुछ लॉजिक चाहते हैं आप. A belief which cannot be supported by argument is blind faith. So these are all for the question why proofs are required for existence of God. This can also serve as an introduction. Okay. Then types of proof. Proofs may be direct, deductive and inductive. तो deductive proof किसको कहते हैं? Proof from a priori form of reasoning or proof from mathematics like ontological proofs. So these proofs, they do not require experience and are based on logic. It makes the conclusion true as long as the premises are true. Okay. For example, Saint Anselm gave the first and best known ontological arguments. Criticism क्या है? Mathematics, it does not refer to any actual state of affair. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This may be necessarily true, but it has no bearing on the state of affair. It is not adding any newness. Any conclusion established through deductive would have relevance to definition and not facts. So it would at best prove idea of God or concept of God, which is bad metaphysics. To prove that idea of God exists or God exists, it is bad metaphysics. So इसलिए हम inductive proof पे जाएंगे. This is a posteriori or based on experience. It involves observable effects to come to probable outcome and not a necessity. It starts from some observation and applies to all observables. Therefore, however, God is infinite and observation is a contradiction. इसलिए हम analogical use करेंगे. इसलिए जो है Saint Thomas Aquinas in Doctrine of Analogia Entatis establishes the existence of God on analogy. क्योंकि God is never present to observation. इसीलिए Aquinas will be giving 5 demonstrable ways for proof of God. Reason being, God is not never available to experience. Okay. Direct argument, something that is immediately obvious, like spiritual experience, revelation, can be used to prove God's existence. Revelation and faith are the strongest arguments put forward in religious spheres. Okay. Now let us do from our document just one of the proofs of Anselm. One of you can confirm if the document is visible. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So let us see Anselm's proof. So Anselm has given ontological proofs. Ontological mein there is meaning, there is chief propounder, there is chief critic and arguments in detail. So meaning kya hai? It is from the word ontos. Okay. So the essence of God or the ontos of God is his existence. Existence of God is his very essence. कैसे प्रूव करेंगे? गोनिलो ने सॉरी नॉट गोनिलो, एंसेलम ने प्रूव किया है. Concept of God is perfect. Perfection entails existence. Therefore, concept of God exists. chief propounders are Plato, Anselm, Descartes, Leibniz. Let us see what Anselm is saying. The idea of God is that from which no greater can be conceived. So existence is the very essence of God. However, a word of caution is, Anselm says, I do not understand so that I may believe. He says, I believe so that I may understand. So Anselm में एक तरफ तो आप ये लिखेंगे, how from deductive reasoning he is proving perfection entails existence. Perfection is part of concept of God, therefore concept of God entails existence. दूसरी तरफ आप ये लिखेंगे, वो कहते हैं idea of God is that beyond which no greater can be conceived, and he says I do not understand so that I may believe. I believe so that I may understand. Then so this is Anselm. Now come to the next proof, that is cosmological proof. तो पहली बात तो हम ontological से cosmological में क्यों गए, क्योंकि ontological proof तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या प्रूव कर पा रहा था, concept of God exists. It was at best able to prove that the concept of God exists. इससे हमारा काम चल जाएगा concept of God से. Or do we require an actual theory for existence of God? Yes. So we would be requiring an actual theory. तो इसका मीनिंग क्या है? It is from the word cosmos or universe. Universe is either eternal or it is beginning at a particular time. So in either cases, everything in the universe is contingent. सब कुछ जो यूनिवर्स का है वो कंटिंजेंट है. अगर कंटिंजेंट है तो उसका कॉज क्या होगा? बिकॉज ऑल थिंग्स विच आर कंटिंजेंट हैव अ कॉज. कैन यूनिवर्स बी इट्स ओन कॉज? नो. Can anything within the universe be its own cause? No. Can anything exist apart from the universe? Yes. God exists. Therefore, God is the proof of, or God is existing. Okay. And very famous chief propounder is Saint Thomas Aquinas. He has given 5 demonstrable ways for existence of God in doctrine of analogia entatis, जिसमें से 3 जो है कॉस्मोलॉजिकल प्रूफ्स है, दैट इज कॉजल आर्गुमेंट, प्रूफ्स फ्रॉम कंटिंजेंसी, प्रूफ्स फ्रॉम मोशन, एंड देयर आर 2 teleological arguments. So 5 demonstrable ways of Thomas Aquinas. It is a very famous question. Please revise it in detail. क्योंकि अगर proofs for God से क्वेश्चन आ रहा है तो इसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई रहती है. Okay. So Anselm, Aquinas, they are very important. One for ontological, the other for cosmological. तो एक बार देख लेते हैं, 3 प्रूफ्स क्विकली देख लेते हैं. पहला क्या है? कॉजल आर्गुमेंट में एवरी इफेक्ट हैज अ कॉज. अगर आप इसमें जैसे बी का कॉज जो है ए है, सी का कॉज जो है वो बी है, अगर आप इसमें फर्स्ट कॉज नहीं मानेंगे तो दिस विल लीड टू द फेलेसी ऑफ रिग्रेस एड इन्फिनिटम और फेलेसी ऑफ इनफिनाइट रिग्रेस. सो एवरीथिंग एज अ कॉज, यू विल हैव टू एक्सेप्ट द फर्स्ट कॉज. लेकिन हम इसको क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे कि ये तो कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन हो गया. इफ एवरीथिंग एज अ कॉज एंड देयर इज फर्स्ट अनकॉज्ड कॉज, दिस इज कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन. Secondly, Hume will say that there is no necessary relation between cause and effect. Kant will say causality applies only to phenomena, whereas God etc. are present in noumena. Okay. अब ये जो प्रूफ फ्रॉम कंटिंजेंसी जो है, इसी को अगर आप आर्ग्यूमेंट में लिखना चाहेंगे तो कैसे लिखेंगे? All the things of the world are contingent. Universe is not beginning in time. Nothing exists at some point. ऐसा कोई समय आएगा when nothing exists. तो क्या होगा? Ex nihilo nil fit. That is, nothing comes out of nothing. But today the world exists. So we will have to accept that when nothing was existing, God was existing, because of which today something exists. So this is the second proof, proof from contingency. तो causal हो गया, proof from contingency हो गया. Third is proof from motion. So you will have to accept that God is the cause of motion. If God is not accepted as the cause of motion, it would lead to infinite regress. और क्या समस्या आएगी? या तो आप मान लीजिए कि एटम के पास मोशन है, अगर एटम मोशन में है तो इट विल क्रिएशन विल बिकम परमानेंट बिकॉज देयर विल ऑलवेज बी कंटिन्यूअस क्रिएशन. और अगर एटम इनर्ट है तो प्रिंसिपल ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनर्जी वायलेट हो जाएगा, क्योंकि कोई चीज अगर इनर्ट है तो वो उसको आप मोशन में नहीं ला सकते अनलेस मोशन इज नॉट इम्पार्टेड फ्रॉम आउटसाइड. एंड व्हाट एग्जिस्ट अदर देन द एटम? गॉड एग्जिस्ट. ओके. सो चीफ प्रोपाउंडर में देर इज एंसेलम, डेकार्ट, लाइबनिट्स, लॉक, बर्कले एंड ह्यूम. क्रिटिक में देर इज कांट. इंडियन में न्याय, योगा और शंकराचार्य. एंड क्रिटिक में बुद्धिस्ट और चार्वाकास. Okay, so we will now very quickly move to the criticism. Just bear with me. Very quickly, yes, one more topic is remaining for proofs, that is Nyaya's conception and proofs for God's existence. So, here I taught the entire thing about God in Nyaya's philosophy. हम सिर्फ proofs देखेंगे. So, these are the proofs. First, Karyat or God is the cause of the universe. Then there is Ayojanath, God provides motion. Padat, God provides meaning to a word. Sabd, God provides scriptural authoritativeness to the Vedas. Shruti, God is the writer of the Vedas, or Vedas are the words of God. Vakyat, moral argument. ऊपर में हमने ये सब explain किया. I have just summarized here. So God is the moral governor. Dhrityate, आर्ग्यूमेंट फ्रॉम डिस्ट्रक्शन. सांख्य विशेषात, आर्ग्यूमेंट फ्रॉम नंबर. जैसे दो एटम्स को जोड़ने से डायाड बनेगा, तीन को जोड़ने से ट्रायाड बनेगा. H2+O, दो H लेंगे और एक O लेंगे तो H2O पानी बन जाएगा. तो ये किसको पता है? तो गॉड को पता है, हु इज हैविंग idea of numbers. So Sankhya Visheshat. Adrast, the unseen, God is the wielder of the power of Adrast. Adrast is the power of your merit and demerit, जिसके हिसाब से आपको आपका अगला जन्म होगा, कैसा होगा, नहीं होगा वगैरह डिसाइड होता है. सो गॉड इज द विल्डर ऑफ द अनसीन पावर ऑफ अदृष्ट. एंड लास्ट इज कार्यात, दैट इज द कॉजल आर्ग्यूमेंट. सो ऑल ऑफ दिस इज एक्सप्लेन्ड. जस्ट रिमेंबर दीज आर्टिकल्स. आपको बाद में लिखने में तो आसानी हो ही जाएगी. ओके, कम टू द क्रिटिसिजम्स. क्रिटिसिज्म में वी हैव टू डू कांट. There is criticism of Nyaya also, which is written: argument in a circle, problem of creation, reconciliation of evil in creation. But we don't have time, otherwise we will be trapped in this only. So Kant's criticism for existence of God, Kant's proofs, or rather Kant's criticism of ontological proof, cosmological proof is very, very valid. Ontological proof पे कांट कहते हैं कि the ontological proof rests on the concept of necessary being. ये जो necessary being है ये contradiction है, क्योंकि necessary is analytic and being is synthetic. Together they become a contradiction. Second, he says existence is not a predicate. अगर सोचने से हो जाता तो then he says if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, nobody would die out of wants. Okay, cosmological proofs में he says cosmological proof is a form of ontological proof. The contingency of the world is dependent on a necessary being, and he says I have criticized necessary being successfully, therefore I have also criticized cosmological proofs. Okay, then here only a word of caution that I may add. It is actually Hume who goes on to destroy the teleological arguments for God. Okay, so when you will be writing about teleological arguments and arguments against that, write the arguments of Hume. Okay, so this completes our next topic, proofs for the existence of God. Any doubt till here? Please ask. So just a reminder, we have done notion of God, attributes, deism and pantheism. We have done proofs for existence of God and their critique. We have done religion without God. Till here, any doubt? Next, I'll be taking problem of evil, reason and faith, reason and mysticism, and nature of religious language. In next half an hour, 45 minutes, we'll be able to complete all this. Any doubt in this? Anybody? Yes, no. Somebody has written, it's fine, sir. Any doubt?
No, sir.
No doubt sometimes is a very big doubt. Okay, so let us continue. Please mute whoever's mic is on. Next topic that we have to take is problem of evil. Just give me a second. So in one page, I'll be able to explain problem of evil. I'm just getting that page in 30 seconds. एक पेज में हम प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इविल को समझ जाएंगे या प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इविल को कैसे लिखना है, एंड देन वी विल जस्ट ब्रीफली डिस्कस व्हाट आर द वेरियस आर्गुमेंट्स फॉर एंड अगेंस्ट. Okay, let us discuss evil now. So evil is a bitter pill for theists to swallow. A theist accepts at least three propositions about God. First, God exists and God is omnipotent. Second, God is omniscient. Third, God is creator of the universe. However, we have to also accept that human life is full of suffering, the cause of which may be natural or moral. स्टेटमेंट ए और स्टेटमेंट बी, ये दोनों जो है एक साथ नहीं जा सकते हैं. दैट ए, गॉड एग्जिस्ट हु इज ओमनीपोटेंट, ऑल पावरफुल एंड ओमनीसिएंट. Second, God is the creator of this world where evil exists. These two cannot go together, because if God is the creator of the world, then God is not omniscient, omnipotent. प्लस एक और ethical भी जोड़ लीजिए, God is loving and kind. So if God is omnipotent, if God is omniscient, and God is loving, then why he created evil? And if God has not created evil, then God is not omnipotent. So if evil exists, if evil were to exist, it is a threat to God's omnipotence. If evil exists, it is a threat to God's omniscient. If evil exists, it is a threat to God's existence. So all these three arguments, or two sets of arguments, A and B. A says God exists, who is omnipotent and omniscient. B says God is the creator of this universe, but there is life is full of suffering, evil exists. These two statements cannot go together. So theists will not be able to reconcile two attributes without the justification of evil, of existence of evil. For example, if God is omnipotent, God is omniscient, and still evil exists, then he is not willing to prevent evil, therefore God is not benevolent. या फिर God cannot prevent evil, and therefore he is not omnipotent. तो या तो नॉट ओमनीपोटेंट होगा, या तो नॉट बेनोवेलेंट होगा. ओके, सो थीस जो है फिर इस जस्टिफिकेशन के लिए, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इविल जो है, इट इज यूज्ड एज अ प्रूफ अगेंस्ट द एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ गॉड. Therefore, theists have to defend against the problem of evil. So they give instrumentalist view. They give free willist view. They say evil is an illusion, and there is the non-traditional arguments like the theodicy of John Hick, then human epistemological limitation. These are all arguments against the problem of evil. Instrumentalist view क्या कहता है कि evil है, एक instrument है आपको सुधारने के लिए. जैसे अगर आपको लाइट समझना है तो आपको डार्कनेस दिखना चाहिए. जैसे पेंटिंग में जब शैडो होगी तो पेंटिंग की ब्यूटी जो है वो सुधर जाती है. सो दिस इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंटलिस्ट व्यू. फ्री विलिस्ट डिफेंस क्या कहता है? इविल इज मिसयूज ऑफ फ्री विल. ये आपके मिसयूज से हुआ है. गॉड गेव यू फ्री विल सो दैट यू कुड बिकम वर्दी ऑफ हिज फेलोशिप. आपने उसको मिसयूज किया, इविल आ गया. So while this may be justified for moral evil, this is not justified for natural evils. Natural evil क्यों हो रहा है? Why is not Al-Qaeda wiped out by a tsunami or a earthquake or a cyclone? Why the poor people of UP, Bihar, etc., hardworking people, they suffer? Okay. Then arguments, evil as an illusion. Shankaracharya कहते हैं कि good and bad, that is creation of this vyavaharik sat. Evil is beyond that. Brahman is beyond that. This evil comes out of Maya, which is basically ignorance. It is adhyas. This Maya, it is covering your real nature, and it is projecting a false image. Then non-traditionalist argument है, theodicy एक argument है by John Hick. He says that इट इज दी सोल मेकिंग. गॉड जो है आपका सोल को बढ़िया करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए आपको इविल दे दिया है उन्होंने. ओके, सो दैट दीज आर सम ऑफ द आर्गुमेंट्स. इसके क्रिटिसिज्म में those who are supporting problem of evil, they will be saying arguments from imperfection. वो कहेंगे कि एक अगर हम टेबल देखेंगे, अगर ये टेबल खराब बना हुआ है तो हम कहेंगे बैड कारपेंटर. Similarly, when we will see the world, and if the world is having evil, so we will say God is evil or bad God. So, or we will say God does not exist. So this is argument from imperfection, argument from natural evil, argument from moral evil. Okay, these are the arguments given by them. And कंक्लूजन में जो है, देयर इज कांट्स मॉरल आर्गुमेंट, देयर इज आल्सो एन इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन, इफ गॉड डिड नॉट एग्जिस्ट एवरीथिंग इज परमिटेड। ये जो सात्रे की लाइन है, दैट बिकम्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट चैलेंज फॉर द एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ गॉड। ओके, just give me 10 seconds, I'll put it on charging, otherwise it will shut down. Yes, so प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इविल में इतनी बात है कि क्या आर्ग्यूमेंट्स है एंड व्हाट इज द काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट फॉर इविल। ओके, नाउ लेट अस कम टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक। आफ्टर इविल there is problem of absolute truth, there is nature of religious language, analogical, symbolic, and there is reason and faith। तो reason and faith को करते हैं, then religious experience में mysticism को कर लेंगे, religion and morality very quickly we'll try to do, and then analogic, symbolic, cognitive, non-cognitive। So let us discuss reason and faith's relation। Just one of you can confirm if this is visible।
Yes.
Okay, so reason, revelation and faith में we have to see the relation between reason and faith। So reason और faith के बीच में क्या relation है, reason और revelation के क्या बीच में है, faith और revelation के बीच में क्या है, all that could be understood। Our agenda is only to discuss what is the relation between reason and faith। So faith और reason के बीच में 4 possible relations हो सकते हैं। One is the conflict model, where both are saying about the same things। For example, science of Darwin, it is also talking about evolution of the world, and religion is talking about the creation। So both are coming to different and opposite conclusions with respect to the world। So this is the conflict model where faith and reason are opposed to each other। For example, the science of Darwin and the theology of Christianity, Islam, etc. So for example, theology is saying earth is round, whereas science is saying of Kepler that earth is round and revolves around the sun, that is the Copernican revolution, whereas the theology is saying God created the world in 6 days। Okay, so this is the first approach, that is conflict model। Second, incompatibilist model। Here the idea is कि दोनों का subject matter अलग अलग है। Reason is talking about empirical truths, religion is talking about transcendental truths। इसमें there is Kant who makes a division between noumena and phenomena। Then there is Kierkegaard who gives his fideist view, he says कि आपको leap of faith लेना पड़ेगा, इसमें आप reason लगाएंगे तो आप फंस जाएंगे। Then sorry, my mistake। There is also logical positivists, they say that religious beliefs are meaningless। So this is the incompatibilist model, जो कह रहे हैं कि दोनों का subject model अलग अलग है। Then there is the weak compatibilist model and the strong compatibilist model। अगर हम weak compatibilist model की देखेंगे तो it includes the religious reforms like the socio-religious reform movements of India, Buddhism, Jainism, etc., where reason was used as an instrument to reform। Reason was used as an instrument to reform religion। What happened in social religious reform movement? For example, what did the likes of Raja Ram Mohan Roy do? Yes,
Humanism,
yes,
monotheism.
humanism। yes, राजा राम मोहन राय ने क्या बोला कि जो चीज रिलीजन के रीजन के आधार पे नहीं रहेगी उसको हम नहीं मानेंगे। यस और नो?
Yes.
Strong compatibilist model where reason is supporting religion. For example, proofs for the arguments of God. Then Aquinas says that there are twofold of truths. One through reason, the other through faith. Through faith, it is the highest proof. Through reason, we are giving cosmological proofs, etc. तो यही चार possible ways हैं which are the possible relation between reason and faith. Okay. Very quickly, can anybody tell me what is the definition of faith? Anybody? What is faith? So, just see the definition. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Anselm says, I do not understand so that I may believe, but I believe so that I may understand. Faith is commitment. Faith is the source of inspiration. Faith is unseen. Religion without faith is like a house built on pack of cards. Okay. Now come to the next topic. Religious नॉलेज और लैंग्वेज को कर लेते हैं क्योंकि अभी हमने सोर्स ऑफ रिलीजियस नॉलेज देखा था, रीजन, रेवलेशन एंड फेथ. सो लेट अस डिस्कस रिलीजियस लैंग्वेज. रिलीजियस लैंग्वेज जो है, Shavya, read this line.
Yes. The debate about nature of religious language is not concerned with whether or not God exists or what his attributes are or why there is evil in the world. Rather, it is solely concerned with working out whether or not religious language means anything.
Yes. So the debate of about nature of religious language is not whether God exists. वो तो हम proofs for existence में कर चुके हैं, problem of evil में कर चुके हैं. It is not about what are his attributes. वो तो हम attributes chapter में कर चुके हैं. So therefore, what is the reason or what is the explanation? Whether what can be said about God or whether religious language means anything. और ये meaning में दो views important है. Religious believers say God is reality and we can speak and write about him. Logical positivists say that religious knowledge is meaningless. It can neither be verified by experience nor be falsified. It is nonsense. So there can be three philosophical approaches to religious language. First, cognitivist. They say that religious statements are factually significant, like Hick and Crombie. Second is pseudo cognitivist, like Aquinas. वो कह रहे हैं कि cognitivist है लेकिन pseudo. So like his analogia entities. And there is non-cognitivist. और non-cognitivist में भी दो debates हैं. Some believe that religious language is non-cognitivist. आपको कोई ज्ञान नहीं मिलता है, नहीं वो meaningless है. Some say कि non-cognitivist तो है, religious language is non-cognitivist, but it has meaning. तो जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि religious language is meaningless, उसमें आएंगे आयर, फिंडले, फ्लू. ओके. जो लोग कहेंगे कि नॉन कॉग्निटिविस्ट है लेकिन उसके में मीनिंग है, दैट विल इंक्लूड हेयर्स ब्लिक थ्योरी एंड ब्रेथवेट्स मॉरल असर्शन. सो इतने ही चीजें संभव है. इसके अलावा देयर इज सूडो कॉग्निटिविस्ट में एक और है, देयर इज पॉल टिलिच, रिलीजियस लैंग्वेज इज सिंबॉलिक. Okay, so now let us see the debate between religious cognitivists and non-cognitivists. So what are the arguments given that religious language is non-cognitivist plus meaningless? So Findlay attack करते हैं necessary being में. ये कहते हैं कि religious statements are self-contradictory. Necessary applies to things, not to propositions. Then Iyer की verification theory, he says only that statement is meaningful which is either analytic or which is empirically verifiable. So how is it possible to verify God is infinite, there is life after death, etc.? So all this is definitely non-cognitivist as well as meaningless. Then Flue's principle of falsifiability. The Flue's principle of falsifiability, वो कहते हैं कि उसी चीज को हमको जो है मानना चाहिए रियलिटी जो कि फॉल्सिफाइबल हो सके, जिसको आप फॉल्सिफाई ही नहीं कर सकते उसको रियलिटी नहीं माना जा सकता है। जैसे वो कहते हैं गॉड वर्क्स इन मिस्टीरियस वेज, ये ना तो ट्रू प्रूव हो सकता है ना फॉल्स प्रूव हो सकता है। So this statement cannot be falsified by any counteracting reason because mysterious ways of God is not defined or not justified. Okay, then Flue's invisible gardener, एक ये parable है which is very very interesting. This you can like use in your essay also, कहीं introduction में आप use कर लेंगे। फ्लू और उनके दोस्त जो हैं एक गार्डन में जाते हैं जहां पर कोई गार्डनर नहीं रहता है, द गार्डनर इज इनविजिबल। टू फ्रेंड्स गो इन अ जंगल एंड फाइंड अ गार्डन जिसमें बहुत अच्छे फ्रूट्स हैं, फ्लावर्स हैं। वन रिमार्क्स दैट सम गार्डनर मस्ट हैव टेंड दिस प्लॉट, द अदर वन डिसएग्रीज सिंस द नो गार्डनर इज विजिबल, कोई दिख तो नहीं रहा है हमको, अगर हमको गार्डनर नहीं दिख रहा है तो देन हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल। सो दूसरा व्यक्ति कहता है मे बी द गार्डनर इज हैज गॉन समवेयर, सो दे पुट बार्ब्ड वायर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लाइन, कीप अ डॉग हाउंड, स्टिल नो गार्डनर इज सीन। तो पहला व्यक्ति कहता है कि मे बी द इनविजिबल गार्डनर इज नॉट सेंसिटिव टू इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक, हैज नो सेंट, सीक्रेटली टेंड्स टू गार्डन ही लव्स। तो ये जो पहला व्यक्ति है वो कहेगा कि इतनी सारी क्वालिफिकेशन आप दे रहे हैं, आप सिंपली ये क्यों नहीं कह देते कि वो गार्डनर है ही नहीं, इट इज इमेजिनरी गार्डनर और नो गार्डनर एट ऑल। So these are the four arguments which say that religious language is non-cognitivist and they say that it is also meaningless. अब ब्रैथवेट का आर्ग्यूमेंट है, ये कहते हैं नॉन कॉग्निटिविस्ट तो है लेकिन इसके अलावा क्या है, इट इज स्टिल मीनिंगफुल। तो नॉन कॉग्निटिविस्ट क्यों है उसका ये आर्ग्यूमेंट यहां पर देते हैं, बट he will say that it is still meaning, they have still meaning, and he gives, Braithwaite gives, that religious statements are moral assertions backed by a story. भगवान राम की कहानी में अगर भले आप ये ना माने कि भगवान राम है या नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी कहानी से जो मोरालिटी, उनके कैरेक्टर से जो आपको सीखने को मिलता है, that will definitely be useful for many 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 generations. Okay, so that is what is being said by, for example, ब्रेथवेट। देन जो लोग कहते हैं कि नहीं भाई रिलीजियस स्टेटमेंट इज कॉग्निटिव, उनका व्यू क्या है, लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड देयर व्यू। सो जॉन हिक कहते हैं both Hick and Crombie say that they can be falsified through postmortem exercise. अगर आज नहीं हो पा रहा है वेरीफाई, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि फ्यूचर में भी वेरीफाई नहीं हो पाएगा, that can be verified in the future. Okay, so Crombie says God is love, it can be falsified by presence of suffering. Okay, then there is another story, Base Mitchell's parable of resistance movement. एक फाइटर आता है रेजिस्टेंस में जो कि कुछ काम ऐसे करता है जो पॉजिटिव है, कुछ काम ऐसे करता है कि पूरे फाइट को डुबा देता है, लेकिन बाकी लोग जो है इस फाइटर पे बिलीफ रखते हैं। लास्ट में रिवील होगा कि ये जो है डबल एजेंट था, कि वाकई में इनका लीडर था। अगेन द आइडिया ऑफ डे ऑफ जजमेंट एक्सेट्रा। सो कंक्लूजन में डेफिनेटली वी विल से दैट नॉन कॉग्निटिविस्ट जो आर्ग्यूमेंट है वो वैल्यूएबल तो है, बट टू स्ट्रेच एंड से दैट रिलीजियस स्टेटमेंट आर मीनिंगलेस, दैट इज ऑल्सो नॉट ट्रू। एंड ब्रेथवेट, हेयर एक्सेट्रा गिव कंपेलिंग ऑल्टरनेट व्यूज फॉर रिलीजियस स्टेटमेंट्स बीइंग नॉन कॉग्निटिविस्ट, स्टिल दे आर मीनिंगफुल। एक्विनास क्या कहते हैं, एक्विनास कहते हैं Aquinas is saying that religious statements are analogical. In his doctrine of analogia entatis, Aquinas says that word can be used univocally, equivocally or analogically. Univocally का मतलब its meaning is same everywhere. God जो है ऐसे word नहीं है. Because God is good and man is good. They are not the same things. We cannot compare them as same because हमको पता ही नहीं है कि God का good क्या है या क्या होता है. Okay. So also, secondly, it can be equivocally. That means the same word is used to mean different things. For example, gay also means joyful as homosexual. God, Aquinas rejects because there has to be some similarity. तो God के बारे में हम analogically बोल सकते हैं, and he has given two doctrines. One is analogy of attribution and the second is the analogy of proportionality. एट्रीब्यूशन में वो बुल का एग्जांपल देते हैं, प्रोपोर्शनैलिटी में डॉग के फेथफुलनेस का एग्जांपल देते हैं. फाइनली रिलीजियस लैंग्वेज इज सिंबॉलिक. पॉल टिलिच कहते हैं that religious language is symbolic. Religious statements have meaning because they are symbolic. And he makes a distinction between signs and symbols. साइन और सिंबल के बीच में क्या डिफरेंस है? तो साइंस दे हैव ओनली आर्बिट्ररी कनेक्शन, दे आर कन्वेंशनल. मतलब रेड का मतलब स्टॉप है. हाउएवर चाइनीज ऑब्जेक्ट एंड वांट टू चेंज इट. साइंस डू नॉट प्रोवाइड any kind of motivation, inspiration, etc. Traffic signs, etc. do not have any mathematical logic. They are verbal, non-verbal. लेकिन symbols क्या है? They participate in the reality. अगर मैं मान लीजिए मैंने ऐसा symbol बनाया तो they are participating in the reality. Okay. Some people draw inspiration or power also from that reality. People derive power, energy, inspiration, etc. People participate in the glory of the nation. For example, they can also be secular symbols like flag. Attack on the flag is considered the insult of the nation. So therefore, you participate in the symbols, you don't participate in the sign. Okay. Next. आई थिंक दैट इज ऑल. अगर क्रिटिसिज्म लिखना चाहे सिंबॉलिक का तो सिंबल्स जो है सब्जेक्टिव होते हैं. इट इज एन एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ बिहेवियर लाइक डांसिंग आउट ऑफ sheer light. It is created at will by the individuals. ओके. कंक्लूजन में हम लिख देंगे विटगेनस्टाइन का लैंग्वेज गेम एंड मीनिंग ऑफ द वर्ड्स. फॉर एग्जांपल, ब्राह्मण रिफ्लेक्ट्स द प्रैक्टिस एंड फॉर्म्स ऑफ लाइफ. Speaking of the word Brahman reflects the practice and forms of life of various religious adherents. To call it nonsense, the positivists and technical linguists lack the same humility they charge their opponent of missing. So they are being charged of missing the same humility. Okay. So this is about religious language. Now I'll pause for 2 minutes. I'll ask you to think about. If there is any doubt, please ask. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 topics. Problem of absolute truth and mysticism. I'll take very, very quickly, and then I'll pass it to the next faculty RN. He'll be taking the soul, bondage, and liberation part. So any doubt till here? Anybody? Is it clear so far? Yes, no. ज्यादा
Yes.
हो गए. देखिए ज्यादा तो लगेगा ही क्योंकि 3 दिन बाद इसी को आपको उगलना है. You have to vomit all this 3 days later. So obviously, what we are doing is an impossible exercise. Nobody is able to do in philosophy what we are able to do. In fact, nobody is able to do in optional what we are trying to do in philosophy. So जैसा कि आप स्पिनोजा के लिए लिखते हैं या फिर जैसा आप इंडियन फिलोसफी में रामानुजाचार्य के लिए लिखते हैं, that Ramanujacharya, if he has failed to reconcile the absolutism of God with the bhakti, it is because his task was impossible and no one could have done it better. So your effort is definitely of that type that no one could have done it better. Okay. So चलिए, प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एब्सोल्यूट ट्रूथ हमारा बच गया है और मिस्टिसिज्म बच गया है. एंड देन I'll transfer for soul bondage to RN. Just let me check problem of absolute truth. So what are the 5 ways to address the problem of absolute truth, or what are the 5 ways to explain religion or its diversity? So one is religious exclusivism. Only one religion is true, or only one path is true, or only one religion has the idea about truth. Then there is religious inclusivism. One path is true, other paths are partially true. Then there is religious pluralism. There are many paths to reaching the reality, reaching God or the truth. Religious relativism, as many beliefs, so many paths. And finally, agnosticism and atheism. So to address the problem of absolute truth, there is unity of all religions. You can, when a question is asked, how will you address the problem of absolute truth? Problem of absolute truth kya hai? There is fight over my God is higher than your God, or my religion is better than your religion, or there is the we versus they concept, or believer versus non-believer concept. ऊपर आप देखेंगे कि यही लिखा हुआ है कि it is a division between believers and non-believers. Okay, so इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए we will discuss about the unity of all religions, that is religious pluralism. You will also write about tolerance. You have to do the comparative study of all religions. you have to step in other shoes depends on the capacity to take off your own shoes. When you want to understand religion of others, you will have to take off your own shoe. You will have to let go the rigidities of your own religion. अगर आप उसको नहीं छोड़ेंगे, तो then you will not be able to understand. Then secularism, the values of secularism in states, they are very, very significant. Religion and politics will be different. There will be no political use of religion. The Indian constitution, it maintains a principal equidistance. That is also important for solving the problem of absolute truth. Dalai Lama says interreligious harmony or interreligious dialogue. Okay. Then there are recent examples. Muslim youth protect a Hindu temple from mob. Peaceful resolution of Ram Mandir dispute by Supreme Court. Durga Pandal in West Bengal, where religious rituals of Muslims was performed. Sikh community, kitchen langar. These are all examples of how to address the problem of absolute truth. Then जस्ट एक आइडिया ले लेते हैं, रिलीजियस एक्सक्लूसिविज्म किसको कहते हैं? व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ रिलीजियस एक्सक्लूसिविज्म? I think there is a page missing in the notes. Let us see our class notes itself. There is just one page missing. Basically, religious exclusivism क्या कहता है? There is one book, one path, one God. This is fine. This is not a problem, but it denies the possibility of knowledge of reality or the possibility of any other path or any other religion. Now, what is the problem in this? The position is unjust, especially about the God of monotheist. For example, could the God of Christianity deny salvation to countless people who have not heard of the Christian faith? There are, for example, 1.7 billion Christians, but nearly a billion Hindus. So that is the first objection. How can that be denied? This is not just. Okay. Then against the modern conception of secular state, which has to treat all religions equally. It is also against the essential unity of all religions. It leads to proselytization and conversions. Then it is against higher religious values of love, compassion, tolerance. कंक्लूजन में आप लिखेंगे, हद चले सो मानवा, बेहद चले सो साध, हद बेहद तो तजे, ताकर मता प्रगाट. That means ordinary men follow the limited, saints follow the unlimited. The deeper minds go beyond both of them. सिमिलरली रिलीजियस इंक्लूजन, ऐसा ही रिलीजियस एक्सक्लूजन लिखा था, ऊपर में थोड़ा सा टाइपिंग में मिस कर दिया इन्होंने. All other religions are not false, yet there is only one religion which contains truth in such a comprehensive and superior manner that all religions can be ignored. ये inclusion वाला है. ये first part exclusion है. All religions are false except one. But inclusion वाले ये कहते हैं कि all religions are not false, yet there is one religion which contains religious truth in such a comprehensive and superior manner that all religions can be ignored. ओके, इनके में भी क्रिटिसिजम्स हो सकते हैं, सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ क्रिटिसिजम्स. देन देयर इज रिलीजियस प्लूरलिज्म, रिलीजियस रिलेटिविज्म, देयर इज रैट डक रैबिट पिक्चर एक्सेट्रा. देन रामकृष्ण यूनिटी ऑफ ऑल रिलीजन्स एंड अद्वैतिक यूनिटी ऑफ ऑल रिलीजन्स. Then the challenges of pluralism, etc. Okay, the idea is problem of absolute truth. First, what is the problem? The problem is that there are many faiths, so there are different claims to reality or different claims to knowledge of the reality. Therefore, religion divides as much as it unites. History of man has been a history of his religion, and that has been of conflict. Okay, so in this there are 5 approaches: exclusivism, inclusivism, pluralism, relativism, agnosticism, and atheism. To address the problem of absolute truth, we will be following these 6-7 examples. Then the philosophical approaches, that is religious exclusivism, what is the view? Inclusivism, what is the view? Relativism, what is the view? Pluralism, uske baad Radha Krishnan's essential unity of all religions, Advait's view on religion, and conclusion. Okay, so that is all on this topic. In the end, I'll just try to locate my handwritten notes so that I can give you a good introduction. Next topic is religious experience, nature and object. In this, we have to discuss mysticism. Mysticism का nature क्या है, mysticism के object क्या है, mysticism का type क्या है, what is its relation with religion, what is its relation with ethics, and what is its relation with epistemology, and obviously the evaluation. Evaluation matlab whether mysticism is just hallucination, whether mysticism is people on narcotics, whether mysticism is some kind of cult, etc. That part we will be seeing. So here I want to pause and ask you, what is mysticism? What is its definition? First and foremost, very simply, you can say mysticism is what? It is a religious experience. And what kind of religious experience? It is the purest form of religious experience. It is the most concentrated, most direct form of religious experience. There is a personal relation with God. There is union or communion with God. It can be achieved through practices like intense meditation, prayers, etc. What are its features? इसके 4 features हैं. Ineffability. You will never be able to explain or put it into words. ब्रह्मन जो है अनिर्वचनीय है. शून्यता जो है प्रपंच शून्य है, डिवॉइड ऑफ प्लूरलिटी. नेक्स्ट, इट हैज नोइटिक क्वालिटी. इसमें आपको कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी नॉलेज मिलती है कि आपका लाइफ ट्रांसफॉर्म हो जाता है. ओके, देन नेक्स्ट इज इट हैज ट्रांजिएंसी. इट डज नॉट एग्जिस्ट, इट इज वेरी मोमेंटरी. ओनली राधा कृष्णन वाज वन की जो अपने मन से चाहते तो मिस्टिसिज्म में चले जाते थे, अपने मन से चाहते तो निकल जाते थे. बाकी सभी लोगों के लिए इट इज बियॉन्ड देयर कंट्रोल. इट इज ऑल्सो वेरी ट्रांजिएंट. एंड फाइनली पैसिविटी. इट इज नॉट एक्टिवली अंडर द कंट्रोल ऑफ द एक्सपीरियंसर. इट इज बियॉन्ड देयर कंट्रोल. Okay, so these are the features. Types में there is extrovert, incomplete, and personalistic. We are not going to discuss that. We have to only see yes, numinous experience जो है रुडोल्फ ओटो का, वो कहते हैं कि it is mysticism का definition देते हैं, mysterium tremendus et fascinas. He says it is the overpowering mystical or experience. It is the presence of meeting the other. So Rudolf Otto also describes mysticism in his own mystic way. He says it is mysterium tremendus et fascinus. Now, what is its evaluation? We'll directly come to the evaluation of mysticism. There are arguments in support and there are arguments against. So those who are supporting, they will be supporting from analogy first. Analogy se kaise? They will say, I experience a tree, I believe that tree exists. I experience God, I believe God exists. Then there is principle of credibility. Richard Swinburne ने principle दिया है, you believe a thing unless there is sufficient reason to believe against it. अगर आपके पास sufficient reason है कोई चीज को believe करने के लिए तो आप believe कीजिए, unless you have a sufficient reason to distrust it. Then third is misplaced emphasis. ये जो mysticism है, it is about things which are beyond you. It is because of ego, aham and mam, that you are criticizing mysticism. Then what are the criticisms? First criticism is obviously there is lack of verifiability. ये verify ही नहीं हो सकता है. Mysticism cannot be verified by any means whatsoever. Okay. Then second, it is also conflicting. The claims are conflicting in nature. अलग अलग लोग जो है अलग अलग तरह के mysticism को experience करेंगे. There is also circular fallacy. जैसे विकास, this was Vikas in class. So when he is born in India, he will have mysticism of Krishna only. He will experience Krishna, not Christ. So there is circular fallacy. Finally, there is scientific explanation. फ्रॉयड कहते हैं कि जैसे बचपन में आप छोटे बच्चे रहते हैं तो आप पावरलेस फील करते हैं, तो योर फादर इज कंसिडर्ड योर हीरो एज द प्रोटेक्टर. Similarly, when you grow up, you want a Superman or a super father. So that becomes God. So that is Freud's psychological analysis of mysticism. कुछ लोग इसको पार्सिंजर्स हेलमेट भी कहते हैं. पार्सिंजर्स हेलमेट मतलब आपके दिमाग में एक जगह है जहां से आपको हेलुसिनेशन होता है. सो मिस्टिक्स आर एक्चुअली जस्ट हेलुसिनेटिंग. दैट इज व्हाट दे आर सेइंग. कुछ लोग कहेंगे कि ये जो है साइकोट्रोपिक ड्रग्स की वजह से होता है, ये लोग ड्रग्स वगैरह लिए रहते हैं. दैट इज व्हाई यू बिकम, which Baba had come in the Prayag who had become famous for a short period and then he exposed himself. There was some Baba, no, who had come from some premier institute. What was his name?
Sir, Abhay Singh.
अच्छा नहीं, उनका कुछ वैसे, what is his occupation name?
Sir, IIT Baba.
IIT Baba, yes. So he at first he was talking about, जहां तक उनका अद्वैत का और इन सबों का ज्ञान था तब तक अच्छा बता रहे थे. When he started going beyond, when he was overwhelmed by the love and affection that people actually appreciate good philosophy. So when that happened, he went crazy, right? How many of you are his believers? Chali. Thankfully, we have our wits about us. There is also split personality disorder. Conclusion में हम लिखेंगे कि ये जो है these criticisms are ill founded. रामकृष्ण परमहंस को ना आप psychotic कहेंगे ना ही neurotic कहेंगे. He was a saint of clear caliber. He had ethics, love and compassion. So that is all on religious experience topic. Now let us see what is remaining. So we have done problem of absolute truth. इसके notes better अभी show करना है बस. Religious experience कर लिया हमने. So I think we are done with everything, right? Anything is remaining? Soul bondage and liberation RN will be taking. और क्या रहेगा? Religion and morality. Yes, correct. Religion and morality are remaining. Let us very quickly finish religion and morality. I think अभी हमने handwritten notes में ही देखा था, वहीं पे से देख लेते हैं. So there are three possible relations between religion and morality. Religion and morality are interdependent. Religion is independent of morality. And third is morality is independent of religion, the autonomy of morality. So let us see one by one. First is religion and morality. They are interdependent. So all great religions, they have an ethical code of conduct. For example, Buddhism, Jainism, there is ethical doctrines. Jainism, there are Panch Mahavratas, very similar to Christianity. Religion perfects morality, whereas morality refines religion. That मोरालिटी इज रीडिफाइनिंग रिलीजियस डिमांड. जैसे पहले क्या था कि हेड हंटिंग होती थी ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन में, तो वहां पर क्रिश्चियनिटी गई, स्प्रेड द गुड मैसेज, एंड देयरफॉर पीपल स्टॉप्ड हंटिंग हेड्स. सो religion helps in adhering morality. It is said that the biggest police in India is God. क्योंकि आप पुलिस टू पीपल रेशियो देखेंगे तो बहुत ही कम है. There is one policeman for 1 lakh or over 1 lakh population. So it is actually people who are fearful of God. That is why they are adhering to morality. Okay. So that is the first relation. Religion and morality, they are interdependent on each other. Second is religion is independent of morality. So इसमें हमने teleological suspension of ethics देखा था. We saw the Abraham story. He decides to kill his only son Isaac. He suspends his ethics because of his religious beliefs. He believes that God will not do any wrong. Advait mein Brahman is above good or evil. Then even in later Bhakti tradition, you are liberated only by God's grace. And the third kind of relation is morality is independent of religion. So morality is independent. For example, Kant is saying that morality is independent. There is, on the basis of that, he proves the immortality of soul, the freedom of will, as well as the existence of God. He accepts all these three as direct postulates of morality. Kant gives categorical imperative or ought. He says we are free to choose between two possible course of action. If I cannot choose, there should not be an ought. Okay, so this part, morality is autonomous, is discussed in Sartre and Kierkegaard's philosophy. Sartre says man is condemned to be free. You have absolute freedom of choice. Not choosing is also a choice. Once you choose, you are responsible for your actions as well as others. If you do not take responsibility, it is self-deception or bad faith. If you take responsibility, you are living an authentic life. This is where he uses the term being for itself versus being for others. Whereas Kierkegaard, he says that there are three stages of life. First is the aesthetic stage. यहाँ पर पेन और प्लेजर जो है आपके सोवरेन मास्टर हैं, लेकिन कब तक आप पेन और प्लेजर के हिसाब से चलते रहेंगे? You will be getting boredom. There is the doctrine of, there is the law of diminishing marginal return. स्टारबक्स की कॉफी आपको बहुत समय तक अच्छी नहीं लगेगी. So you will be bored of pain and pleasure. You will move to the ethical stage. You would want to do something for society. You will start preparing for UPSC. So there will be moral or social fulfilling causes. You will have anxiety here because you are finite and God is infinite. तो ये जो anxiety है वो third stage में दूर होगी, which is the religious stage, where there will be complete surrender. There will be the teleological suspension of your ethics. So these are the only three possible relations that are possible. Religion is and morality are dependent on each other. Religion is independent of morality and morality is autonomous. यही तीन है. Then there is obviously the explanation of law of karma and Kant's categorical imperative. So with this topic, I think we have completed everything in a very short period of time. I do agree that proofs for existence of God हमने थोड़ा जल्दी करा है and problem of absolute truth. But अभी 9:30 बज गया है and then soul bondage and liberation is remaining. So if there is any doubt, please ask. Otherwise, I'll ask Aryan to begin his session for soul, bondage, and liberation. If there is any doubt, please ask. Okay, so हम कल वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी करने वाले हैं. We will do Plato and Aristotle, rationalism, empiricism, Kant and Hegel, and there will also be a PYQ analysis of last 30 years. Plus, you will be able to see Western philosophy, some questions and their sample answers by Aryan. He'll be presenting them, that how answers can be written in the word limit, etc. So he'll be coming up with that in tomorrow's later part of the session. For now, if there is no doubt, I'll just ask if he's available so that he can bring start his session.
Yes, sir, I'm available.
Okay, so I'll just change the host so that you can begin. Okay, thank you everyone for your time and patience.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Good
I will
evening,
take
sir.
the topic of soul, liberation, and bondage. 1 minute. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we'll start with the different notions of soul. Like different philosophers have given different theories, and the first one is dualism, and the basic concept of dualism is like material substance and spiritual substance, that is soul. These two are different entities, and they exist in they are basically different substances. And for example, Descartes gives the theory of dualism, where these are secondary substances, mind and body, and they derive their existence from God, which is the ultimate substance. But there is an element, the material substance and the spiritual substance are differentiated clearly. And similarly, in Samkhya philosophy also, there is the material substance, that is Prakriti, and the conscious Purusha. So this is one kind of system where soul is presented as an equal to the material substance. Uh, are you guys able to hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
And I am like speaking in a manner that you guys can understand, like it is clear enough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So in dualism, the basic is this only, that there are two entities, and different entities, and they might interact with each other in various ways. For example, Descartes has given the theory of, 1 second. Okay.
Aryan, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
This will take a lot of time if you'll explain everything. Just do the bondage and liberation part. We'll do this
Okay.
in the regular class where you can take the entire topic.
Okay.
Just the
Okay.
bondage and liberation part that you have prepared, just do that part. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will take a lot of time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So ultimately, the thing is, sir, I should like explain the basics of soul in a fast manner.
Sure, sure, sure. Whatever
Yeah,
you're comfortable, just the
yeah, yeah,
timing constraint. Just
yeah. I'll make it fast.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Apologies for interrupting.
No problems. And the second kind of theory is materialism, where matter is the primary substance. Like matter is the ultimate substance, and if any uh, conception of soul is it is a result of certain interaction between matters only. मतलब जैसे चरवाका में देहात्मवाद का थ्योरी है, तो अल्टीमेटली देहात्मवाद डिराइव होता है भूत चैतन्यवाद से, जो कि मतलब एक्सप्लेन करता है कि जो सोल का एलिमेंट है वो डिफरेंट मैटर के इंटरेक्शन से ही हो रहा है, और वो अल्टीमेटली देहात्मवाद की तरफ लीड करता है। तो ये मटेरियलिज्म का कॉन्सेप्ट है, जिसमें सोल के एग्जिस्टेंस एज एन इमॉर्टल सोल का एग्जिस्टेंस नहीं है, दैट इज मेयरली outcome of interaction between matter. And the third kind of theory for soul is monistic pantheism. Advaita Vedanta is a good example where the ultimate reality is Brahm, and soul is equated with Brahm, and it is not different from it, and everything is ultimately the ultimate substance. So there is only one substance, and soul is also that substance only. So it is another kind of theory. And the fourth kind of theory is Buddhist anatta. In the Buddhist philosophy, which is derived from Pratyut Samutpad, the theory of dependent origination, and which obviously logically leads to theory of momentariness, and ultimately leading to uh, anat, which claims that there is no soul, and any soul is any conception of soul is just what is simply an aggregate of experiences, it is very similar to Hume's theory also. So these are basically different notions of soul, and ultimately will lead to the next topic. We'll skip this in a quick manner. There is Western theistic arguments about soul, and it gives a purpose. It would defeat the purpose of the notion of God, and Indian arguments also give various arguments of immortality of soul, and theory of karma is very important for that. That theory of karma also requires the reincarnation element, and so it can be justified, right? And we will move on to the next. We'll now move on to the rebirth, and I will just tell briefly the basic difference between rebirth and reincarnation. And reincarnation is a core of the concept of karma, and it requires that the same soul is reincarnated in another body. And the notion of rebirth is basically a little bit different from that, because the same soul is not getting transferred, because in Buddhist philosophy there is no concept of a permanent soul. So we can understand with an analogy, like lighting a new candle from the dying flame. So ultimately it is the life is being transferred from one place to another, like in a candle, but it is not exactly the same soul is being transferred to a different body. uh, and in reincarnation we can say that there is the transfer of the same immortal soul to another body, which will reap the fruits of past karma. And this is the basic difference between rebirth and reincarnation. And now we will move on to liberation and bondage. So basically, in uh, Indian philosophy, there is a constant mention, and it is the ultimate goal of every philosophy except Charvaka, that is liberation. लिबरेशन को हम लोग अलग अलग टर्म्स में बोलते हैं, अलग अलग मेटाफिजिक्स, अलग अलग एपिस्टेमोलॉजी के हिसाब से अलग अलग कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ बॉन्डेज है, और अलग अलग कॉन्सेप्ट और पाथ्स टू लिबरेशन है. तो अल्टीमेटली लिबरेशन का जरूरत इसलिए पड़ रहा है बिकॉज वी आर इन बॉन्डेज. एंड this bondage in Indian philosophy, it is termed as beginningless bondage. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. This bondage is beginningless bondage, and ultimately many philosophies do not explain it clearly that how it is beginning, and how what is the source of this bondage. Uh, some try to explain it, but the ultimate thing is that it is the fact that we are in bondage, and we need to remove some certain conditions from our soul. Or in case of Buddhism it is a little bit different, but ultimately there is some issue with the soul that needs to be changed, or some realization should be there of the about the reality of the soul. So liberation is the process of removing certain ignorance, and this ignorance is present in our day-to-day life. And in the Vyavaharik level, we can say in context of Advaita Vedanta that uh, there is some ignorance in the soul, and ultimately we need to remove this ignorance, and we will come out of bondage, and we will be liberated. This is the basic concept of liberation and bondage. So depending on the metaphysics and depending on the epistemology, the philosophical system, there are certain minute differences, sometimes gross differences also, but ultimately the process is very much similar in almost all philosophies. So we will like move ahead. And so liberation is basically the fundamental concept of Indian philosophy, and it is a there is it can be said that it is the characteristic feature of Indian philosophy, and this element differentiates Indian philosophy from Western philosophy because of the constant presence of the concept of bondage and liberation. So it is accepted by all the Indian systems except Charvaka, and ultimately the uh, ultimate aim is to be liberated. And liberated from what? The bondage. And now we will talk about bondage. Why we are bound? Because we are trapped in a cycle of birth and death. So to escape this cycle of birth and death, there are certain prescriptions. So now we will talk about Charvaka philosophy, because in Charvaka philosophy there is no concept of soul. Well, the epistemology of Charvaka philosophy accepts only one form of validity of knowledge, or one form of knowledge, that is perception. And whatever Charvaka perceives, only that thing they will agree or accept. So in when we talk about Charvaka, so ultimately they cannot perceive, they cannot see soul, because soul is inferred in most of the philosophical systems, but there is no perception of soul as in day to day life. So जब हम लोग soul देख नहीं सकते हैं, तो they will reject कि there is no soul. And when there is no soul, then there is no bondage of the soul, and there can be no liberation of the soul. So ultimately it is from Charvaka philosophy, it logically leads to denial of soul, and ultimately there is no need of no need of the liberation, as the soul doesn't exist. So ultimately it leads to Charvaka ethics, that eat, drink, be merry. And they only suggest कि enjoy करो life, और कुछ मतलब नहीं है, कुछ perceive नहीं कर सकते हम लोग, God को perceive नहीं कर सकते, कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो ultimately किसी चीज का मतलब नहीं है, सिर्फ enjoy करो. तो ये ultimately lead करता है epistemology से, और इसमें कोई, इस system में कोई जरूरत नहीं है liberation का. And that is it with Charvaka. And we will move on to the next philosophy, that is Samkhya philosophy. So we understand the basics of Sankhya philosophy, that is, it is a dualist philosophy, and there are two eternal substances, Purush and Prakriti. These have their own characteristic features, but ultimately these two are independent realities, and they are eternal in nature, and they are ultimately eternal, and they are beginningless. I'm really sorry. I'm a bit nervous.
No problem, sir. It's fine. You can continue.
Is it fine?
It's
Like,
going good.
can you understand what I am trying to say? And is it very clear?
Yes, it's clear. No problem.
Okay.
Don't be nervous.
Yeah, it is my first class.
We're able to understand.
Yeah. Okay, now we will move on to Samkhya philosophy. So ultimately हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि दो eternal realities हैं, दोनों independent हैं, और दोनों का अपना अपना features है, और पुरुष is ultimately the consciousness, it is the conscious substance, and Prakriti is matter. So as we discussed before, there in dualism there can be two substances, and they can coexist. And uh, Prakriti, nature of Prakriti is unconscious, it is active, and it is composed of three gunas, that is Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And these three gunas are a very basic part of Prakriti, and the basic difference between Purush and Prakriti is ultimately that Purush is conscious, but it is passive. It is not active. It cannot act independently, and it is eternal in nature. But ultimately, it is beyond the three gunas. Like in Prakriti, the three gunas are its eternal parts, but Purush is ultimately beyond the three gunas, and they are many. There is a plurality of Purushas, and uh, ultimately they are the conscious substances, and we can term Purush as soul, the spiritual element of reality in the Sankhya system. But Prakriti is the material substance, and everything related to matter comes from Prakriti. When and Prakriti is in two states. These There are two states of Prakriti, and one of the state is Samyavastha, and other state is Pralayavastha. And Prakriti is made up of three gunas, and when these three gunas interact with each other, and when there is an interaction inside Prakriti, these three gunas change into one another, and it is the time when creation happens. So in so when the creation happens, and certain elements are created from Prakriti. And this and certain evolutes come out of Prakriti, and ego is one of the evolutes. I am just explaining in short, but and sometimes that ego is identifies itself with Purusha, and sometimes Purusha identifies itself in the ego that is created by Prakriti due to its interaction with Purusha. Okay, so ultimately क्या हो रहा है कि जब भी प्रकृति पुरुष के इंटरेक्शन में आती है, तो फिर क्रिएशन होता है, और क्रिएशन में ईगो जनरेट होता है, और पुरुष रॉन्गली आइडेंटिफाई करता है इस ईगो से, और इसके कारण इग्नोरेंस जनरेट होता है. मतलब पुरुष अल्टीमेटली इंडिपेंडेंट है और कॉन्शियस है, और प्रकृति इज नॉट कॉन्शियस, बट सम एलिमेंट ऑफ consciousness is like not exactly created, but a reflection of Purusha is created in Prakriti. And when Purush wrongly identifies itself with the reflection that was created in Prakriti, then bondage occurs when Purush wrongly identifies itself with the ego element generated in Prakriti. So ultimately इशू क्या यहाँ पे आया है कि पुरुष इज द सोल, एंड द इग्नोरेंस इज द रॉन्ग नॉलेज दैट पुरुष इज आइडेंटिफाइंग इटसेल्फ विद प्रकृति. दिस इज द रॉन्ग नॉलेज, एंड दिस इज द कॉज ऑफ ignorance, and ultimately the cause of bondage. So when the right knowledge comes, जब पुरुष को पता चल जाएगा कि there is a difference between me and that ego element in प्रकृति, जब ये डिफरेंशिएशन वाला नॉलेज आ जाएगा, तब अल्टीमेटली वो जो कनेक्शन बना है इन दोनों के बीच में वो खत्म हो जाएगा, और उसके खत्म होते ही जो इग्नोरेंस है वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा, बॉन्डेज से हट जाएगा, और अल्टीमेटली लिबरेट हो जाएगा. सो वी कैन से दैट in Samkhya philosophy, knowledge is something that liberates the soul from bondage. So it suggests kind of, or exactly a Gyan marg. So Samkhya philosophy takes the Gyan marg or knowledge path to attain liberation. That is the right knowledge of differentiation between Purush and Prakriti. So we will talk about bondage and liberation now. So the cause of ignorance is non-discrimination between Purush and Ahankar, and that is the ego element present in the Prakriti. So Purush identifies with ego, feels agency and other feelings like anger, greed, etc. Purush is feeling due to this connection that is created between them, and Purush also starts to experience pain, and there are three kinds of pain in the internal or psychological pain, adhibhautika or external causes that is caused by other entities, and adhidaivika, which is caused by supernatural causes. So these experience of pain is also an outcome and a reason for bondage both. Like the pain is an outcome of the ignorance that is created, and it is further also ignoring the increasing it is further also increasing the ignorance due to certain distractions or some other kind of things. Okay, so these three kinds of pain also needs to be removed before we can move towards liberation. So the process of liberation, they give uh, a, a path which is Gyan Marg, or the right knowledge, or they what they say Vivek Gyan. So when that right knowledge, that is the differentiation between Purush and Prakriti, is the right knowledge, and when that right knowledge comes, they come out of bondage. Uh, there is also a concept of Jivan Mukti and Videha Mukti. The difference between them is that Jivan Mukti comes when there is a attainment of enlightenment while one is living. जब भी कोई लिविंग पर्सन है, वो अगर इस दुनिया में है और उसको लिबरेशन मिल गया है, उसको अल्टीमेट राइट नॉलेज मिल गया है अकॉर्डिंग टू सांख्य फिलोसफी, अगर किसी इंसान को राइट नॉलेज मिल गया है, then he is living, but he is free from bondage, but he is not ultimately free, because जीवन मुक्ति मिला है और एक बॉन्डेज से इंसान हटा है, बट इंसान जी रहा है, उसको सर्टेन इंटरैक्शंस होगा, सर्टेन सेंस एक्सपीरियंसेस होगा, तो अल्टीमेटली दैट पर्सन इज नॉट completely free. There is some element of sensations and some interactions, some some desires also coming, but that person is can identify that this is not it is a desire or something that it will inflict pain. So a person knows the right knowledge, but he is not ultimately free. And when a person maintains this level of right knowledge and ultimately dies a natural death, then uh, what we call that event is Videha Mukti. It is the ultimate liberation. So there are two steps of liberation, mostly followed in all schools of philosophy that believe in bondage and liberation. And this is a general belief that a person, when a person is enlightened, he will experience the Jivan Mukti, and when he or she goes on to live that life of enlightenment and ultimately dies of a natural cause, then that person will attain Videha Mukti. Is it clear? Like, are there any doubts?
No, sir, clear.
There are certain criticism on this theory of liberation. Like, it is a negative ideal. Like, it focuses on cessation of pain, but not on positive bliss, which is attained in some philosophical system, give primacy to a positive bliss or a feeling of connection with God. Like in Ramanujacharya's philosophy, the positive bliss is the central part of liberation. And there is a common criticism that when there are two independent realities, how can they interact with each other? And if they can interact and one can influence the other, then they are not truly independent realities. And this is also a common criticism of Sankhya philosophy, that if there are two substances, how they are contacting with each other. So when this argument is raised, then Sankhya philosophy try to explain that not the uh, not the contact, it is the proximity that causes the evolution of matter. So again it is contradicted that if there is proximity also, then also they become dependent only. So ultimately they say there is a semblance of contact, but it is not exactly a contact but a semblance of a contact, which is also not a very satisfying argument. And ultimately it is the dualism is not clearly established, and the system it is not a very good system, because of this problem, that the issue of contact between two independent realities. And ultimately, in conclusion, and they prescribe, the Sankhya philosophy prescribe a knowledge based path, the gyan mark towards liberation. And the knowledge of differentiation between purush and prakriti is the ultimate uh, knowledge that will lead to liberation. uh, Yoga philosophy is a sister philosophy to Sankhya philosophy, so there are many similarities in the in the yoga metaphysics, except they do not support dualism in a strict manner, and they claim that there is a special Purush or God that is the cause of the semblance. And yoga philosophy basically tries to remove the problem that was there in the dualist philosophy of Sankhya, the interaction between Purush and Prakriti. And yoga philosophy may ultimately there is a place of God, uh, and God acts as a special Purush, uh, and is the cause of interaction, and ultimately it is the reason for interaction. And God also leads a Purush towards Kaivalya or liberation. And they give a very detailed path to attain liberation, which is a multi-step, eight-step path, basically Ashtanga Yoga, and they prescribe it in a very detailed manner. But ultimately, the liberation part will come only with right knowledge. Any any kind of any kind of action is a preparation for attaining right knowledge. So ultimately, the cause of bondage is ignorance. It is same as Sankhya philosophy, and it is mistaking the self as identified with body mind complex that was generated due to the interaction between Prakriti and Purush. So the cause of ignorance is same, and they add uh, another concept of chit, and ultimately the modification of chit is the ultimate it is a cause of various it is the cause of various errors or imagination or sleep or that creation of attachments. So chitta vrittis are needs to be the change in the modification in the mind that was created due to interaction of Purush and Prakriti. It is the ultimate uh, cause the differentiation between Purush and Prakriti. The differentiation is further enhanced or creates problems due to change and certain interaction of mind, and which creates certain conditions that are not conducive for the right knowledge. So this modifying mental states create a cluttered uh, perception of Purusha, and ultimately the right knowledge is clouded, and certain afflictions create chitta vritti, and these are the following kleshas that cause the uh, change in the mental states, that is avidya, asmita, rag, that is attachment, dvesh, aversion, and abhinivesh, fear of death. These are certain things that clouds our judgment, and our mental states are in a state of constant change, and we are not able to identify what is the right knowledge, and therefore is an obstruction towards removal of ignorance and ultimately liberation. And ultimately there is a path suggested by yoga philosophy, but the ultimate reason is same as Sankhya philosophy, and this is the eightfold path uh, uh, which we will again see in Indian philosophy in detail. Well, that is yam or moral restraints, niyam positive duties, asan postures for stability, pranayam control of breath, pratyahara withdrawal of senses, and ultimately dharan or concentration, and going into a meditative state or dhyan, and ultimately samadhi. And when we go through these steps, we will ultimately reach to a state at where the ultimate knowledge is attained, and Purush will be liberated from the bondage of wrong knowledge. So there are some criticism. So Buddhism criticizes them for accepting an eternal self or ultimate uh, eternal soul, which is rejected by Buddhism. So these are some criticisms you can see. Now we will go forward to Jain philosophy. Is it clear till now? Like, is there any doubt or anything?
No, sir.
Now we will go forward with Jain philosophy. So we know that it is a realistic and pluralistic philosophy, and they believe in multiplicity of soul, and they divide substances into two kinds: the jeev or soul, and ajeev or non-soul. So we will move in. First time we will directly talk about bondage and liberation. First, we will talk about these things, and we all know that there is a they talk about substance, that is dravya, and dravya are two kinds, jeev and ajeev. And the issue here, like what is the cause of ignorance and bondage, is due to karma, and certain karmic particles that stick to the soul. They uh, they define uh, certain actions that lead to uh, formation of a condition where karmic particles get stuck to the soul, and uh, that is the cause of bondage in uh, Jain philosophy, and we will further talk about it. So ultimately, the cause of bondage is due to the karmic particles that are attached to the soul. So these there are some causes of the bondage, like false belief, non-restraint, carelessness, uh, passions like anger, pride, deceit, greed, and certain actions. And these passions, what we call kashayas, act like a magnet to the karmic particles. And when these actions, these causes happen, and they create a condition where uh, there is an attraction of karmic particles towards towards that soul. And this there is a flow or influx of karma, what we call asrava. uh, w- and asrava is the flow of karmic particles, and due to kashaya or other certain conditions created by certain actions that attract these karmic particles in asrava or influx of soul, and they get attached to that soul. And the ultimate goal of Jaina philosophy is to remove these karmic particles from the soul. And when these karmic particles are removed, and when the influx of karma or asrava is not attracting more karmic particles, then only a person or the soul of that person can attain liberation. That is, the karmic particles that have stuck due to certain conditions created, and there is a two-step process to do this. The first the first step is stopping the influx of karmic particles, that is samvara. This in this process, the there is a certain accumulation, like we can say some number, like there is 100 units of accumulated karmic particles, and there is an influx of 1 unit per minute. We can see it like that. And so first, what we need to do is the stop the influx of further karmic particles. The first step will be that is samvara. We need to stop the 1 unit incoming karmic particles. First step is that when we stop or perform samvara, further the there is no increase in karmic particles in that soul. And the second step is nirjara, that is shedding of karmas. Like there was 100 units of karmic particles already there in the soul. Now we need to remove this uh, step by step, or through actions. We need to remove it. And when all the 100 units of karmic particles are removed from the soul, then only the soul gets liberated or attains kaivalya. This is the basic concept of Jain bondage and liberation. So they suggest the three ratna, or a threefold path, that is the right faith, the right knowledge, and right conduct. The right faith is basically believing in the Jain philosophy, believing in the elements of Jain philosophy, and having faith in the concepts given by Jain Tirthankars. That is the first step. The second step is right knowledge. Right knowledge is understanding in what is given in the Jain philosophy, understanding the nature of dravyas, understanding the Anikantvad philosophy, understanding the Syadvad philosophy, basically gaining knowledge what is explained in the Jain philosophy. And the third step is the right conduct. And the right conduct is right actions that we need to follow, and we need to follow the path of non-violence, and not committing crime, and that is the part of conduct. So the three ratna of sorry, the three ratna of Jain philosophy is basically having faith in the Jain philosophy, then understanding the basics of Jain philosophy, and third is applying the Jain philosophy in real life, and then only one will come out of bondage, and will be liberated, and ultimately rise to the Siddha Sila, that is abode of the liberated souls. And the 5 Mahavratas are prescribed to have the right conduct, that is ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and apigraha. These are the 5 important core elements that needs to be followed to have the right conduct to attain the liberation. Ultimately, some criticisms, like Buddhism criticizes Jain substance dualism and permanence of soul, instead supports no soul theory. Both reject the creator God, but differ in karma mechanism. Uh, Basically, जैन फिलोसफी बिलीव करती है कर्म थ्योरी में, और बुद्धिस्ट थ्योरी उस चीज को नहीं बिलीव करती है. तो एक क्रिटिसिज्म है बुद्धिस्ट का, मतलब इसके कोर फिलोसफी में, जैन के कोर फिलोसफी में. And there are many more criticism, and this criticism is basically given in so high number, so to understand the interconnection between various philosophies, and which you can read further. It is late and I cannot go through all of them. So the reason to give so many points for criticism is to understand the interconnection between various philosophies. Now we go forward to Buddhist philosophy. Are there any doubts?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll try to quickly complete these topics. So, Buddha philosophy में ultimately reason of the ignorance is given as attachment. Because there is attachment, there is ignorance, and due to this attachment, there leads to desire. And when there is attachment and a desire to be born again, then a person attains rebirth. And the basic issue is the attachment, and which leads to desire to be born again. And when a person desires to be born again, rebirth happens, and that person is stuck in the cycle of birth and death. तो बेसिक हम लोग सबको पता है कि मतलब बुद्धा का एक लाइफ था, वो एक प्लेजर वाले एनवायरनमेंट में थे, और मतलब उनको सफरिंग का आइडिया नहीं था. फिर सडनली उनको सफरिंग का आइडिया लगा, एंड ही वेंट ऑन टू discover more about life. So ultimately he gave the four noble truths about life, and ultimately he realized that there is suffering, the reality is there, it is there, and everybody faces it. So there is suffering, and the second noble truth is there is origin of suffering, there is some source of that suffering. And the third noble truth is that this suffering can end, there is a path, there is a way to end this suffering. uh, uh, Third truth is basically just the fourth truth gives the path. The third truth is mainly the fact that this suffering can end, but that there is suffering, there is origin of the suffering, this suffering can end, and there is a path to remove that suffering. So ultimately he gave this truth, and the theory of pratyuta samutpad arises from the second and third truth, uh, that there is a origin or the cause of the suffering, and when this cause is removed, when this condition that is causing suffering is removed, then suffering will also be removed. So this is the basic origin of theory of pratyuta samutpad or dependent origination, that everything is caused by something, and there is a chain of causation, and which further leads to other theories like theory of momentariness. But the ultimate source of pratyuta samutpada is the second and the third noble truth. Doctrine of dependent origination is that nothing exists independently, everything arises due to conditions. And Buddha gave the 12 linked causal chain to define the cycle of birth and death and why it is caused. And this is the 12 12 nodal chain basically that Buddha tries to give and explain through the theory of dependent origination, that there is a cause of something and that thing causes another thing, and there is a chain of such things, and ultimately it becomes a cycle, and it becomes at this point of time. You can see that the will to be born, the desire to be born again, is the cause of birth and rebirth. This leads to this, and the will to be born again will lead to birth, and birth will ultimately lead to suffering through ignorance. So that we just need to understand that there is a cause of the bondage or ignorance. There is a cause of this ignorance, and that will to be born again is the reason for the cycle of birth and death. And this will is caused by attachment, and this is further caused by thirst or desire, which is further caused by sense experience. So we can see that there is a chain of events that lead to the cycle of birth and death. And Buddha prescribes a way to attain the liberation and ultimately break this desire part. And when there is no desire to be born again, ultimately, which means that there is no attachment with things, and when there is no attachment, there will be no desire, and ultimately one will come out of the cycle of birth and death and ultimately attain nirvana. As we can see that bondage is continuation of this chain, and when this continues one after another, this will create this cycle, and ultimately uh, a bound state of a person, and that person needs to go through a certain process to attain nirvana. That is a state where there is no desire to be born again, and one is free of all the attachment of this world. So Buddha suggests the eightfold path to come out of the ignorance that is caused by attachment, and it is the right view, or understanding the four noble truths: right resolve, that is renunciation and harmlessness; is right speech, right action, the ethical conduct, that is very important. Uh, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Should we move on to the next topic? Is there anything?
Yes, sir, you may continue.
Now we go on to Nyaya and Vaisheshika philosophy. न्याय और वैशेषिका दोनों सिस्टर फिलोसफीज हैं, और न्याय फिलोसफी बेसिकली लॉजिकल और एपिस्टेमोलॉजिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स देता है फिलोसॉफिकल एग्रीगेट को, और जो वैशेषिका फिलोसफी है वो ऑन्टोलॉजिकल और मेटाफिजिकल पार्ट को डिफाइन करता है, और मतलब उसका एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड सिस्टम देता है हम लोग को। और मतलब जब एपिस्टेमोलॉजी का बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग, तो ये लोग मतलब न्याय फिलोसफी बिलीव करता है परसेप्शन, इन्फरेंस, कंपैरिजन और वर्बल टेस्टिमनी में। और अल्टीमेटली ये सोर्सेज ऑफ वैलिड नॉलेज है, और इसके थ्रू हम लोग मतलब अल्टीमेटली नॉलेज गेन कर सकते हैं। ये बेसिक एपिस्टेमोलॉजिकल स्ट्रक्चर है इस सिस्टम का। और मेटाफिजिक्स देता है ये वैशेषिक फिलोसफी, और they ultimately create categories of reality. They categorize reality into uh, various categories, and ultimately uh, padarth or substance is a category of reality. So when we talk about the basics of Vaisheshika philosophy, the metaphysics, uh, uh, the padartha are of many kinds, and dravya, or substance, it is a kind of padarth, or a category of reality, and there are 9 kinds: earth, water, fire, air, ether, time, space, self, and mind. So ultimately, self here is the soul, or the uh, what they define as soul is the self here. It is a dravya or a substance. It is an immaterial substance, but it has the various qualities connected to it, such as of consciousness, and it can experience things through other substances. But ultimately they define self as a substance, and they define many substances. And we ultimately go to the this part. So bondage in Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophy is ultimately the association of self with body, mind, sense, pleasure, pain, and this will cause certain. This will lead a person to take certain actions, which will further lead to the rebirth of that person. So the root cause of the ignorance and the bondage is ultimately uh, not having the knowledge of true reality. So the cause of bondage is ultimately false knowledge, the association between body and self, and it is a different element. The What we have, body is aggregate of various substances, and self is a different substance, which is not connected to the body, or matlab, not identified, must not be identified with the body. It is a different substance, and the ignorance or not having the knowledge of this differentiation is the cause of bondage in the Nyaya Vaisheshika system. So to attain liberation, one needs to attain the true knowledge, or the Tattva Gyan. So to attain this true knowledge of this differentiation and not relating self to body, has 3 steps. That is hearing the scriptures, first listening to the scriptures, understanding, just listening, someone recites it to you and you will listen to it. That is the first step. And the second step will be reflection and logical reasoning on those scriptures. One has to debate on certain elements, disagree with certain elements, and then the third step will come is the direct experiential knowledge of the truth. So these steps are prescribed by Nyaya Vaisheshika system to attain the knowledge that will lead to the liberation. So here we can see that Nyaya Vaisheshika system also prescribes Gyan Marg, or the knowledge is the means to attain liberation. So ultimately, correct knowledge or Praman Gyan of categories of existence is the cause, or is the path towards liberation. And there is a role of God in this system, and God is the supreme regulator of karmic law, and grace of God ultimately helps to attain liberation. Similarly, there are many criticism of Nyaya Vaisheshika system. Buddhists deny the permanent self. Advaita Vedanta criticizes the plurality of selves. The Nyaya system defines a soul as many, and which is rejected by Advaita Vedanta system. Should we move on to the next topic?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear till now? Are there any doubts?
No, sir, clear.
You can see that Mimamsa philosophy is part of the orthodox system of Indian philosophy, and the core concern of Mimamsa philosophy is ultimately interpretation of Vedic texts and justification of Vedic texts. So they try to justify what is written in Vedas as the ultimate truth, and they try to validate the knowledge of Vedic texts. That is the core concern of this system of philosophy. And there are two major schools of this philosophy: Prabhakar school and Kumaril Bhatta school. And this two systems will discuss in detail in the Indian philosophy part. The basic requirement is to understand this the concept of soul and the features of soul in the Mimamsa philosophy. It is eternal and all pervasive. There is plurality of souls. They are many, and they the soul experiences various things when it is various experiences like desire, aversion, volition, pleasure, pain, knowledge. These are experienced by soul when it is connected with the body. When soul is connected with the associated with the body, uh, the soul will experience certain things that will cause the ignorance and ultimately bondage. It is very similar to other schools. The core problem is the self cannot be independent of these sensation because it is associated with the body. So ultimately, the reason for bondage here also is the connection between body and the soul. And ultimately, they say that in liberation, the soul becomes unconscious, or it is like a deep sleep. So in bondage, soul is bound to samsara, or the cycle of birth and death. Again, here is it is a similar concept. The ultimate goal is to break the cycle of birth and death, which is caused due to ignorance. And further we will know how they prescribe to come out of bondage. So when the soul gets associated with the body, the soul becomes the knower, enjoyer, and doer, the gyata, bhokta, and karta of or ultimately actions are caused or actions are experienced by the soul because it is associated with body. And the karm is the ultimate cause of bondage. Karm is the ultimate cause of bondage. It is very similar to other philosophies, like we can say in Jain philosophy also. There was similar concept that actions will attract karmic particles. So here also it is a very similar on very similar lines. And liberation is ultimately association of disassociation of soul with the body, senses, and mind. Is the ultimate uh, 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 path to the liberation. And ultimately, the nature of liberated soul, it will be free from pain, desire, pleasure, consciousness, and bliss. And ultimately, Mimamsa school focuses on uh, action part. They support the karma mark. Basically, they suggest certain actions or certain rituals to be performed to come out of bondage. And it is different from the Gyan mark, which suggests the right knowledge. In this school of philosophy, the actions are more important because they focus on uh, the ritualistic part of Ved. They try to uh, give certain actions, certain prescriptions, certain rituals that will lead to the uh, towards the liberation, that is separation of soul from body. And when soul is not associated with a body, that soul is not will not experience things, certain emotions, and ultimately will be free from bondage. And there is a basic divergence in context of bondage and liberation in Pravakar and Kumaril schools of philosophy of Mimamsa. So Prabhakar believes in duty for duty's sake. Prabhakar says that we have to perform rituals because it is our duty. प्रभाकर यहाँ पे बोलते हैं कि हम लोग को सर्टेन रिचुअल्स परफॉर्म करना जरूरी है, मतलब उसका कोई रीजन नहीं होना चाहिए करने का, सिर्फ हम लोग को ओबीडियंस दिखाना है वेद के नॉलेज के तरफ, इसलिए हम लोगों को सर्टेन रिचुअल्स करना चाहिए, इसलिए वैसे रिचुअल्स करना चाहिए जो हम लोग को लिबरेशन की तरफ लेकर के जाए. तो अल्टीमेटली ये एक बहुत बेसिक डिफरेंस है कि प्रभाकर बिलीव्स इन ड्यूटी फॉर द सेक ऑफ ड्यूटी. But on the other hand, Kumaril believes in psychological hedonism. That means there is a certain end or certain gain that we will get by performing rituals. So it is a very different perspective. On the first hand, प्रभाकर वॉज नॉट प्रायोरिटाइजिंग द एंड्स। वो बोल रहा है कि जो वेद का नॉलेज है और उससे जो हम लोग को प्रेस्क्राइब किया जाता है उन एक्शंस को परफॉर्म करना, वो हमारा ड्यूटी है। वो किसी कारण से करने का जरूरत नहीं है, वो हम लोग को करना ही चाहिए। और कुमारिल भट्ट बोलते हैं कि जो एक्शंस है, जो रिचुअल्स है, उनको हम लोगों को अपने पर्सनल गेन्स के लिए करना चाहिए। हम लोग को पास्ट एक्शंस को प्यूरिफाई करने के लिए और पास्ट सिंस को सही करने के लिए और उन एंड्स के लिए सर्टेन रिचुअल्स करना चाहिए, जो कि एक बहुत बेसिक डिफरेंस है प्रभाकर और कुमारिल भट्ट के बीच में, जो कि इम्पोर्टेंट है जब भी हम लोग बॉन्डेज और लिबरेशन का वो मतलब आंसर लिखेंगे। ये कुछ कंपैरिजन का पॉइंट्स हैं और अल्टीमेटली क्रिटिसिज्म। ओवर एम्फेसिस ऑन रिचुअल्स की अल्टीमेटली रिचुअलिस्टिक पाथ दिया और बहुत ज्यादा मतलब ट्राई किया कि रिचुअल्स के थ्रू ही हम लोग वो करें, और नॉलेज वाले पार्ट को उतना प्राइमेसी नहीं दिया गया, जो कि वेदांतिन्स का एक क्रिटिसिज्म है। फिर देर इज अ नेगेटिव कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ लिबरेशन, दैट एब्सेंस ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस और ब्लिस, दैट इज uh, uh, the negative connotation here is removal of pain, focusing on the removal of pain and not focusing too much on the divine bliss that can come, which is there in philosophy of Ramanuja. So these are some criticism, and we can go forward to the next topic. Are there any doubts?
No, sir.
So we will briefly discuss the Advaita Vedanta philosophy. So the basic of Advaita Vedanta is the Advaita part, that is non-dualism. Non-dualism means there is only one ultimate reality and nothing is beyond that one reality, and any appearance of dualism or any appearance of any other entity is a mere illusion created by Maya. But ultimately, there is only one ultimate substance and nothing else exists beyond it, and there is only one substance. This is the very core of Advaita philosophy. Now, the nature of Brahman is pure existence, Sat, consciousness, Chit, and bliss, Anand. It is without any attributes. Brahma is eternal and infinite. So, this is the basic, the core of non-dualism, that there is only one entity, and Atman or soul is equal to Brahman. It is indifferent from Brahman, and whatever we experience as subjectivity or subjective truth, or we experience ourselves different from Brahman, is caused by avidya or ignorance. But ultimately, what Shankara says that Atman is equal to Brahman, and there is no difference between Atman and Brahman. Both are the same entity, and only one entity that exists. They are identical in nature. And Maya is basically a power of Brahman to project itself, and Maya is basically ignorance, which clouds the real nature of Brahm, and 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 not बेसिकली रियलाइज, हम लोग का जो रियलिटी है ब्रह्मन का, वो हम लोग रियलाइज नहीं कर पाते हैं, क्योंकि माया उसको क्लाउड कर देती है। तो उसके कारण से हम लोग जो तीन लेवल्स हैं शंकरा के आदि शंकराचार्य के द्वारा दिया गया, तीन लेवल्स ऑफ रियलिटी है, जो कि अल्टीमेटली हम लोग है एम्पिरिकल रियलिटी में, जो कि व्यवहारिक लेवल बोला जाता है शंकर के द्वारा, जो कि हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं। और हम लोग के ऊपर पारमार्थिक रियलिटी एग्जिस्ट करता है, जो कि माया क्लाउड कर देता है। और जब हम लोग पारमार्थिक रियलिटी में रहते हैं तो हम लोग कुछ और एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर सकते, कुछ और एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है, उस रियलिटी में सिर्फ ब्रह्म एग्जिस्ट करता है। लेकिन जब हम लोग व्यवहारिक लेवल पे हैं और इस लेवल से दुनिया को देख रहे हैं, तो हम लोग माया के इन्फ्लुएंस में हैं और हम लोग रियल नेचर ऑफ ब्रह्म को एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। और जो ये रियल नेचर को हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, यही इग्नोरेंस है। यही इग्नोरेंस है कि हम लोग रियलिटी को जान नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो यही कॉज ऑफ बॉन्डेज है, द इग्नोरेंस, द अविद्या, दैट वी आर नॉट एबल टू नो द रियल ट्रूथ, द अल्टीमेट रियलिटी ऑफ द यूनिवर्स। वी आर नॉट एबल टू know it or even experience it because it is clouded by Maya. So this is the basic reason of cause of avidya. And there is a superimposition also, that there is attributing the qualities of the non-self, body, mind, ego, to the self, and vice versa. It is very similar to other schools also, that there is there is a there is a certain attribution of qualities to the non-self as self, and it is also the cause of the ignorance, that we are not able to differentiate between self and non-self. Ignorance of true nature leads to the cycle, and when there is ignorance, ultimately when there is ignorance, it will lead to the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. So ultimately, we can understand that there is an ultimate reality, Maya clouds it, and we are in the Vyavharik level, and we are not able to experience the reality due to a certain superimposition caused, in which we are not able to differentiate between non-self and self. And when this right knowledge comes, when we are able to realize what is the ultimate reality, then we will attain liberation. So again, Adi Shankaracharya takes the Gyan Marg to prescribe a path to remove the ignorance and ultimately attain liberation. So the we can see the nature of bondage is that the self or Atman is ever liberated but appears bound due to ignorance. So Atman by very nature, it is the ultimate reality, it is equal to Brahman, and it is ever liberated. It cannot be actually bound but appears to be bound due to ignorance. And when this ignorance is removed or the false knowledge is removed, then we will attain liberation. And liberation or moksha here is the state of pure consciousness where distinction between knower, knowledge, and the known disappears. Because here, in this philosophy, who is the knower, knowledge, and known is the Brahm. And when this difference, this differentiation between them is clear, and we realize that there is only one reality, only one ultimate entity, and that is the ultimate knowledge. And when this right knowledge comes, a person will move towards liberation. It will not be the ultimate liberation, it will just be a jivan mukti, liberation while living. One continues bodily existence but realizes absolute freedom internally. As I had explained earlier, that jivan mukti is basically someone while living has attained liberation and is continuing to live. And when that person continues to live in a prescribed manner, in a liberated fashion and knows what is the truth, and lives on to have a natural death, and that is the final liberation after death, when that Atman is completely realized as Brahman. So this is the ultimately the process, the concept of liberation, and ultimately Shankaracharya also prescribes 4 steps for liberation, and the first step is Vivek, or discrimination, to discriminate what is eternal and what is transient, to understand that what is beyond this, beyond time, beyond space, and what is transient, what is here in this reality, in the Vyavharik level. And the second step is Vairag, or detachment. This is renunciation of desires for enjoyment in this world and the next. So basically, the first step is trying to discriminate what is permanent and what is eternal and what is not eternal. And second step is renunciation of desires, to be detached from the worldly pleasures and do not desire to be born again, and be detached from the pleasures of the material life. And the third step is Sat Sampat, or 6 virtues, that is control of mind, control of senses, withdrawal from worldly duties, endurance of opposites, faith in scriptures and Guru, and concentration of mind. And the final step is Mumuksutva, that is intense longing for liberation, the intense desire, intense longing. When you have removed all the desires, when you have attained the 6 virtues, and after that you have to long for liberation, you have to desire that liberation, and then only the ultimate gyan or self knowledge will arise, when one will contemplate, constantly contemplate on for liberation, after one has completed the first 3 steps, that is discrimination between eternal and transient, detachment from worldly pleasures, and the 6 virtues. And after that, one who longs for liberation will get the ultimate knowledge of self, or the ultimate knowledge of Brahm. So some criticism that Buddhism denies Shunyavada denies ultimate reality, and while Advaita asserts Brahman as a positive reality. So Vaisesika claim that world is mithya, is impractical, as they consider world as real. Vaisesika are realists, and they claim everything to be real. And Adi Shankaracharya tries to uh, claim that this world is a myth, and ultimately it is not real. I'll try to wrap it up fast. So ultimately, we come to Ramanuja's Vishisht Advaita philosophy. The basic of Vishisht Advaita is that first, the Advaita Vedanta, in the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, there was only one substance, or only one ultimate reality. And here also, Ramanuja claims that there is only one reality, but qualified by internal differences. So in Advaita Vedanta philosophy, Brahman is devoid of any differences, internal or external. But in Vishisht Advaita philosophy, there is an internal differentiation inside the body, or what, body is not the right word for explaining Brahma, but inside Brahma, or internally, there is a differentiation, and there are 2 elements, 2 substances present in inside of Brahma, that is Chit, or soul, or and Achit, or matter. So it becomes a little bit similar to Descartes' philosophy, where there is God as the ultimate reality, but there are secondary substances, or these are parts of God that ultimately manifest and become the world that we see. So ultimately, the difference between Adi Shankaracharya and Ramanuja is that Adi Shankaracharya says that there is only one ultimate reality, and the world that we see around us is false. It is false, and it is a creation of Maya. Maya creates ignorance, and we are not able to see Brahm. Ramanuja claims that the ultimate reality Brahm has two parts, Chit and Achit. And when Chit and Achit descend and manifest themselves and form the world, they combine and form the matter and the spiritual substance. And they manifest Brahm as world. एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू रामानुजा जो हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं रियलिटी दैट इज ट्रू दैट इज नॉट फॉल्स एज इन शंकरास फिलोसफी हियर द वर्ल्ड इज ट्रू जो वर्ल्ड हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ ब्रह्म द अल्टीमेट रियलिटी which has two parts, and these two parts Chit, that is infinite number of cells, atomic in size, but conscious by nature. Souls are distinct yet dependent on God. Or Achit or matter is in ultimate. It means they are not conscious. It is very similar to Prakriti from Sankhya philosophy. It is very similar to Prakriti, and these two substances, secondary substances, or internal differentiation between Brahm inside internally in Brahm is the cause of the world, and ultimately Ramanuja says that the world is part of Brahm and not a falsification. That is it is an organic unity. Souls and matter are inseparable attributes of God, just as body is related to soul, so Chit and Achit are related to Ishwar. So nature of self, that they are plural in nature, they are many, they are eternal reality, they are part of Brahm, but they are very much independent apart from Brahm. When they are not connected to Brahm, they are pretty much act independently. So this is the concept of self. And self is the ultimate enjoyer, or the bhokta and karta. And we now come to bondage part. So the cause of bondage is ignorance or avidya, and karma bind, and also karma. The ignorance and karma bind soul to the cycle of birth and death. So when this cycle is continuous, when there is Brahm has manifested world, and we are living in this world, and we are ignorant of the true nature of the reality, and we are taking actions in a certain manner that is creating the cycle of birth and death. The beginningless karma attaches the soul to body, senses, and mind. So again, it is very similar that Jeev wrongly identifies itself as independent and enjoys acts as if it is separate from God. Or Jeev, or what we experience inside, what we are experiencing as persons, we are not identifying ourselves the ultimate part of Brahm. We are not connecting ourselves to the ultimate reality. When we are thinking, when we are having this wrong knowledge, and we are thinking ourselves as independent from Brahm, कि ब्रह्म एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, और हम लोग जो अपने एक्सपीरियंस में वो अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर पा रहे कि हम लोग पार्ट ऑफ ब्रह्म है और इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ ब्रह्म है, वो जो नॉलेज का कमी है, वो ये हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पा रहे. इट इज द कॉज ऑफ इग्नोरेंस विच इज द कॉज ऑफ द रूट कॉज ऑफ बॉन्डेज. Now we will talk about the liberation, and Ramanuja takes the bhakti marg of for liberation. He claims that when we are in complete surrender towards God, when we are in a state that we are in a complete state of surrender towards God or the ultimate reality or Ishwar or Brahm, then only we will attain liberation. So the nature of liberation is direct intuitive realization of God. When we intuitively realize God, then only we will be liberated. So the liberated soul, when the soul gets liberated and becomes similar to God, but it doesn't become God. In Adi Shankara's philosophy, we saw that our soul is identical with Brahm, but here the liberated soul will become similar to God. It will be of us have similar qualities of God, but it will not become God. It will only be a part of God. So liberated soul becomes similar to God, enjoys infinite consciousness and bliss, retains its atomic individuality, and lives in Vaikuntha or God's abode. So difference from Shankara is that no dissolution of individuality into Nirgun Brahman. Liberation depends on God's grace and not mere knowledge. So here, God will provide liberation. God will provide the ultimate bliss. And when we try to contemplate God constantly and be in complete surrender towards God, then God will show His grace and liberate our soul. It is not the mere knowledge. It is not the mere knowledge that will liberate us, as in Shankara's philosophy. So now we come to means to liberation. We understood that what causes the bondage, and we understood what is liberation, and now we will understand the path towards liberation prescribed by Ramanujacharya. So it is a combination of karma and gyan marg, what he calls gyan karma samuchaya. So it is a unique kind of path where knowledge and actions both play a role, and ultimately depends on the bhakti. And both karma and gyan, certain actions and certain knowledge will create conducive effects for the bhakti marg or the complete surrender towards God. So you can see knowledge is immediate cause of liberation. Knowledge is immediate cause of liberation, and that knowledge is a consequence of bhakti or devotion, that is constant meditation on God. And there are two stages: ordinary bhakti, loving remembrance and contemplation. That one is remembering in a positive manner, or one is thinking about God in a positive manner. That is ordinary bhakti. Then there is highest bhakti or para bhakti. It is the immediate vision or intuitive experience of God. It is something like mysticism. It is a form of mysticism, and it is the immediate intuitive knowledge of God. And there are two stages, and ultimately there comes the ultimate self-surrender, or prapatti is the complete surrender to God as the ultimate refuge, and opens the soul to divine grace. And ultimately the prasad, the divine grace that comes from God, it cannot be generated by us. We are not in control of it, but God gives us his grace after he sees our bhakti, and it is indispensable for liberation. It is the ultimate cause of liberation. That is, it is this grace or prasad. So this was Ramanujacharya's concept of bondage and liberation, and ultimately we come to the criticism, and Shankara criticizes and criticize the, sorry, here it must be Saguna Brahman as meaningless, because he believes in Nirguna, or the Brahman that is beyond the qualities. And Ramanujacharya gives a Saguna Brahman, or Brahman with qualities, with certain qualities, certain differentiation, internal differentiation, that is Chit and Achit. And there are other criticisms also that relates to other philosophies. Now, ultimately, Madhavacharya's philosophy comes. It is not very important, but the above differentiation, basically differentiation between Adi Shankaracharya and Ramanuja, is very crucial. It is repeatedly asked, sometimes just for Adi Shankaracharya, sometimes just for Ramanujacharya, but the comparison is also constantly asked. The difference between concept of bondage and liberation between Adi Shankaracharya and Ramanuja. So briefly, we will discuss about Madhva's Dvaita Vedanta, and we will wind up after doing 2 or 3 questions. I will briefly explain those questions and model answers, but before that, we should complete this. So ultimately, Madhvacharya gives a different theory of Vedanta and claims that there are 3 independent realities. The dualism is real, and soul and matter are not part of Brahman. तो रामानुजाचार्य ने एक्सप्लेन किया था कि जो सोल है, चित है और अचित है, दोनों पार्ट हैं ब्रह्मन के, बट इसमें डिफरेंशिएट किया गया है माधवाचार्य के द्वारा, और 3 इंडिपेंडेंट रियलिटीज है, ब्रह्मन भी है, सोल भी है और मैटर भी है, तीनों इंडिपेंडेंट रियलिटी है. तो मैटर इज लाइक प्रकृति, soul is jiva, eternal, atomic in nature, consciousness and bliss are its intrinsic qualities. So there are 3 types of souls: nitya mukta, or eternally free souls. They cannot be bound. These souls are always liberated and never bound. And there are mukta, or freed souls. These souls are those souls that were bound, and at some point of time they were liberated from that bondage, and ultimately baddha, or bound souls. So there are 3 types of souls in Madhvacharya's philosophy. And we come to the bondage, and bondage is caused by karma, ignorance and attachment, very similar to other philosophies. Souls entangled in matter and cycles of birth and death, again very much similar, which leads to pain, suffering and misery. And ultimately, God is not responsible for bondage. It is due to the soul's free will. So what Madhvacharya has done is freed responsibility from Brahman, and has tried to explain evil, that uh, every soul is an independent free reality. They are free in nature, and ultimately whatever evil occurs, कुछ भी बुरा हो रहा है दुनिया में, तो जो souls है जो कि independent है और independently act कर सकते हैं, मतलब अपने will पे act कर सकते हैं, free will से act कर सकते हैं, तो उनके कारण evil generate हो रहा है, not because of God. God is free from responsibility of evil and also responsibility of bondage. And here also, a person is taking action according to his or her free will, and those actions will be the result of the bondage. And and if the actions are bad, the karma theory will come into application, and certain fruits will be reaped by that person. So God is independent or not responsible for the cause of bondage or evil, and and the theory of Madhavacharya gives the souls or individuals the free will and to act independently of Brahm or God. And ultimately, liberation means is slowly through bhakti yoga, a total devotion and self-surrender to God, which is similar to Ramanujacharya. No gyan, knowledge, or karma alone is alone sufficient. Liberation is freedom from bondage, but not complete unity with God. As we experienced in, as we read in Adi Shankaracharya's philosophy, that there was complete union, complete realization that self is identical with God. There was a partial union in the philosophy of Ramanujacharya, where the liberated soul becomes part of God, or becomes near to God, but does not become exactly Brahm. And ultimately, in Ramanujacharya's philosophy, the liberated soul does not become part of God. There is no complete unity, but there is some nearness to God, because the soul is liberated, and soul has some attributes that are related to God. Those, there is some nearness, but ultimately the liberated soul is independent of God also. So the nature of liberation is soul remains distinct from God even after liberation, gains similarity with God in some respects, but remains inferior, does not enjoy God's full bliss. So there is fourfold bliss of liberated soul, that is salokya, that it is residence in the same world as God. Samipya, nearness to God. Sarupya, having a form similar to God. And Sayujya, partial union with God, sharing some of God's bliss. So there are 4 levels of liberated souls also. So there is a hierarchy, and there is some extent of liberation at some level, and one can increase the level of liberation, or the increase the quantity of bliss that is one is experiencing due to nearness to God, and having similar forms at the next level, and some level of union with God in the last level. So this is ultimately the conclusion of this topic, and there are some criticisms. This is one of the criticism, that it is a harsh doctrine of eternal damnation, seen as inconsistent with God's mercy. Like God being the all merciful, this kind of quality cannot be justified when certain souls are eternally damned. There are certain souls that are not allowed to be liberated. So it is a harsh doctrine in that sense. And there is inequality of souls in most of the philosophies. Souls are explained as equal, that they are qualitatively alike. All souls are qualitatively alive in most systems, but they differ in some quantity of consciousness, but qualities of all souls are same in most of the philosophies. But here there is inequality of souls. Some souls are qualitatively different from each other. So it is a criticism of Madhvacharya. And ultimately, we conclude this topic, bondage and liberation. And are there any doubts from anyone?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So we will discuss this question, that is it possible to have an idea of liberation without the conception of a real agent? In this context, discuss the difference between Advait and Vishisht Advaita system of thought. Can any one of you explain what is the demand of the question?
Sir, it is with respect to the major difference between Advaita and Vishishta Advaita of Shankaras and Ramanujacharyas. And here we need to explain that how they both differ in their concept of liberation and like the conception of real agent, how one is actually advocating it and the other is also advocating it, but in a different sense. So how they are putting forward their idea of liberation.
Okay. Yes, so the basic question is the difference between Advaita and Vishisht Advaita, and the one keyword is this real agent. The answer should be written in such a manner that this is highlighted in the when one is differentiating between Advaita and Vishisht Advaita. The need of a real agent is to be explored. So we have to like explain briefly in introduction, what the conception of liberation and basics. One can start with basic differentiation between Advaita and Vishisht Advaita, and simply introduce in that manner, and then the answer will have two parts with equal emphasis on both Advaita and Vishisht Advaita. And when we talk about Vishisht Advaita, Jeev is what is Jeev? In Vishisht Advaita philosophy, it is identified with body-mind complex and appears as an agent due to avidya. So the term agent, you can see that the term agent here is not real. Can you see that? Like the agent, the Jeev, that is said to be experiencing things, is just a mind-body complex and appears as an agent due to avidya. There is no agent as such. In reality, the Atman is pure consciousness and not dual, the non-dual Brahman, and devoid of dualship. So you can see the difference here, that there is no real agent here. Only there is only one reality, only one entity that exists, and the Jeev, the subjective mind, is not the real agent. So there is an absence of an agent who is experiencing things in Advaita Vedanta philosophy. And ultimately, liberation is not an attainment through action, but the realization of one's true nature as Brahman. And agency is a superimposition. The liberated being realizes there was never any bondage. So, uh, bondage never existed in Shankaracharya's philosophy, and the agency, the agent that is experiencing things, is not real and is mere a superimposition. So there is an absence of agent in Advaita Vedanta philosophy. But when we come to Vishishta Advaita philosophy, as I explained, that Chit and Achit are internal differentiation in Brahm, and they manifest the world, and the Jeev inside the world, or the Jeev that exists here is real. It is a real agent. You understand the difference, that the Jeev here is a substantive reality, distinct yet inseparable from Brahman as its mode or prakar. So we can see the major difference. Like, it is not mere differentiating between Shankara's and विशिष्ट अद्वैत फिलोसफी, रामानुजाचार्य फिलोसफी. यहाँ पे हम लोगों को बहुत बेसिक एलिमेंट पे समझना है कि एजेंट का बात किया जा रहा है, और एजेंट जो है वो क्या है. वो जीव है, और जीव एक्सपीरियंस कर रहा है, और वही लिबरेट हो रहा है इन रामानुजाचार्य फिलोसफी. एंड इट इज रियल, it is part of God, it is the real manifestation of God, but it is uh, bound, and it is attaining liberation, its true nearness to God. But in Advaita Vedanta, ultimately there is no agent, and there is no place of agent, and the superimposition or caused by avidya is the cause of ignorance, and the cause of appearance of jiva as a conscious entity, or a separate entity of Brahm, but it is only a body mind complex. Okay. So ultimately, we will add more points that it involves self surrender, and we are basically giving the differentiating points. But the core demand of this question was to understand this, that Jeev is a substantive reality, it is a real agent, and Jeev here is identified with body mind complex. It is a very crucial point that needs to be included in this question. And finally, we will conclude with the differences between Advaita and Vishishta Advaita philosophies.
So here, can we please may you show me the question?
Sorry?
The previous one. So the previous question, please may you just show it, scroll it up a little.
Okay,
So the
okay.
one question
It's not very clear, like what I explained.
No, sir. So this possibility of liberation, or the idea of liberation without a real agent, without the conception of real agent, so it is a criticism of Buddhism, Nirvana, in context of
Yes, yes.
Niratmavad.
Yes, yes, yes. It can be said that they also claim that there is no agent required to attain the liberation, and it is very similar to that.
Okay, sir.
Is it clear? Like, is your doubt cleared?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were just pointing out this point.
Yes, sir. Actually, yes, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. You are right. Like, it can be said as, I mean, you cannot like agree or disagree with this point completely. That is it possible to have an idea of liberation without the conception of a real agent? Because these are two different perspectives, and both have their strengths and their flaws. So basically, you have to give a balanced answer that in this philosophy, in Advaita Vedanta, and in Buddhism, uh, uh, the conception of a real agent is not required because of its metaphysics and epistemology. It is not required in that system of philosophy, but in Vishish Advaita, it is necessary. So it depends on the metaphysics of that school of philosophy, ultimately, that if there is a real agent required or not. Okay.
Yes, done, sir. Yes, sir.
Like I am trying to show you different kinds of questions. The above question was for a comparison, and it required a certain depth. This is a simpler question which simply asks what is the soul and bondage according to Jainism. In the same year 2022, the this was asked, and simply you have to explain the nature of the soul and the bondage and what ultimately leads to liberation. But the core demand is soul and bondage. So you have to divide your answer into first a simple intro explaining Jain philosophy and concept of Jeev and Ajeev, and ultimately nature of soul has to be explored, and all the qualities features of soul in Jain philosophy has to be discussed, and ultimately bondage has to be discussed. And in bondage, one point should be there of liberation. The demand of the question is ultimately soul and bondage. Okay, so these are the two parts, the soul and the bondage. Okay, but ultimately you have to mention liberation also, because it is the logical end, it is the logical step of bondage. When you are explaining bondage, it is directly connected to liberation anyway, so you have to maintain that flow. So basically this will be the flow, simply explaining the features, and then ultimately what causes bondage, and ultimately there is a there are karmic matters that flows, and certain actions attract those karmic particles. So the first step, the asrava, the flow of there is a flow of particles, and the first step will be samvara. Samvara means stopping the influx. First will be the stopping the influx, that no units are being added, and then nirjara, the shedding of the there was a certain accumulation of these particles, and now we need to shed it and remove it, and ultimately the soul will be cleared of those karmic particles and ultimately attain liberation. Okay, so it is a simple question which can be directly solved using your notes, and above question can also be solved using your notes, but ultimately there is an understanding has to be developed about this term. This is a very crucial term for this answer, and if this is explained clearly in your answer, then you will get really good marks for this question. Okay, this is a simpler question.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
can you read and tell me the demand of this question?
Do you accept that knowledge, action, and devotion are the means to attain liberation in Indian tradition? Discuss. Yes, sir. Here we can talk about various schools of Indian philosophy and how they've given the path for knowledge, action, and devotion, and how, like, from being in bondage and like knowledge, action, and devotion, these all three are means to attain liberation.
Yes, yes. So
So
basically,
maybe,
you are right. It is asking about that, are there three different paths to attain liberation as given by various philosophies. One is knowledge, that is Gyan Marg, that is explored by various philosophies. Like in Sankhya philosophy, the right knowledge leads to liberation. And the second one is action. What is action? Action basically is karma marg, which is explored by Mimamsa philosophy. Mimamsa philosophy prescribes certain actions, certain rituals, which will ultimately lead to liberation. And the third one is bhakti marg. Bhakti marg is basically what is prescribed by Ramanujacharya. Ramanujacharya. Okay.
yes,
Okay. So uh, your intro will be simply a broad discussion about Indian philosophical traditions, and there are three kinds of paths. So it will be your basic introduction. And further, we will divide the answer into three parts. Okay. uh, Simply three parts are asked, so we will divide into three parts, and we will discuss about each part. For example, in Advaita Vedanta, the right knowledge of Brahma uh, is the cause of liberation, and so it is a knowledge based liberation, so it is Gyan Marg. Similarly in Samkhya, similarly in Jainism and Buddhism also, there is a certain element more inclined towards knowledge. And the next one is karma marg, which is given by Mimamsa philosophy. Also Bhagavad Gita talks about it. It teaches selfless action without attachment to fruits, purifying the minds and leading to realization. So it focuses more on Mimamsa philosophy, focuses more on the action part. And finally, there is devotion or bhakti, which is given by Ramanujacharya, that the ultimate surrender or loving surrender, prapatti, towards the God or Vishnu, or it is same as Ishwar, or it is same as Brahm in uh, Ramanujacharya's philosophy. So basically, he talks about ultimate devotion to God, which will uh, reciprocate. God will reciprocate in form of ultimate bliss or grace. Grace will be given by God. That will be the prasad, and then only a person will be liberated. And similarly, in Dvaita Vedanta, Bhakti Marg is uh, prescribed, and also in Bhakti movement, many philosophers and poets emphasized on the devotion element to attain liberation. Okay. And ultimately we'll conclude it with a balanced, and you can conclude like one philosophy emphasizes on one kind of path, but it is not like independent path. Like everything, knowledge, action and devotion are interconnected. Like uh, a philosophy that emphasizes on bhakti, like Ramanujacharya's philosophy emphasizes on bhakti, but there is some role of action and some role of knowledge. What we saw as Jnana Karma Samuchaya, these there is a role of each of them in each and every philosophy, but one philosophy emphasizes on one uh, element on a higher level. Like Ramanujacharya's, Adi Shankaracharya's philosophy focuses more on knowledge part. So, but it is not like action is not important there. There is action is important there, but ultimately they are more focused on knowledge. It is clear. Is it clear?
Sir.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question. There are. It is the last question. I had a long session. I'll complete it. So, in the above questions, the above question was a 15 marker. Above that was a 15 marker. All three are 15 marker questions. 15 markers and 20 markers are very similar to each other. 20 markers are simply more detailed. More details can be added in 20 markers, but more or less they are similar questions of detailed analysis about things. But when we come to 10 markers, so the 10 markers are more analytical in nature. It focuses on a small element of a philosophy, and there is less scope of explaining things in a very holistic manner. So in 10 markers, what we have to do is focusing directly towards the demand. We do not have to give brief explanation of philosophy of any philosophy and then continue. There is less scope for it. In 10 markers, we will have to directly satisfy the demand as soon as possible. So is there anything else other than human efforts which may be conducive to attainment of liberation? Can you explain the demand of the question?
So here, are they asking apart from Bhakti Marg, Gyan Marg, Karma Marg, like apart from these
No,
other
no.
human efforts? But they are also human efforts, so I think I might be wrong.
Yes, like the demand of the question is there anything else other than human efforts? Like, if one is putting in some amount of effort towards something, so is it enough? Like, is it in a human's control to be liberated? Are there any other external factors to attain liberation? That is the demand of the question. Like anything else other than human efforts. Like if someone is putting in effort to be liberated, will he or she be liberated necessarily or not? That is the demand of the question. Like if you are doing something, like if you are preparing for civil services, so your does your own effort, like your own efforts will be enough to determine the outcome? I'm not talking pessimistically here. I'm talking about reality. Like you are, your job is to put in effort, your job is to study, and your job is to practice, and only that is in your control, and your performance is in your control. And other factors like what will be the question, from what source will be the question, or would it be from something that I have read, is beyond your control. That is not in your control. And sometimes these factor might affect your outcome, but those things are not in your control. What is in your control is to put in efforts. That is more important. Okay, so here the question is, like, is there anything else other than human efforts? Like, what are the other factors apart from the human effort that can be conducive to attainment of liberation? So simply, it is a broader question. It is not a specific question related to any philosophical tradition. It is a broad question, and it will have a very broad introduction encompassing the various Indian philosophies. And then we will talk about different factors that are responsible for the attainment of liberation apart of from personal efforts. That is the divine grace. The divine grace, or prasad, in Vishisht Advaita Vedanta and Dvaita Vedanta, both have certain elements of it. And this is not in your control. Like if someone is trying to get liberated and is trying to follow and is in complete surrender of God, is 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 the end of human effort. And now God will decide, should I give the divine grace or not? And it is beyond the human efforts. So it is, and in a different perspective, in Advaita Vedanta, there was four steps, as you would remember. There are four steps towards liberation, and these steps are to be in a guru's guidance. And a guru guides in yoga philosophy also. In guru's guidance, one learns to experience detachment. And so these are beyond your own efforts. Like you have to depend on a guru to be liberated in certain philosophies. And other factors are accumulated merit, like merits and demerits in the karma theory. The merits and demerits are there, and sometimes these merits and demerits are carried forward from the past life. So practically, the human effort that we are putting in, that is not enough. Ultimately, when we are talking about liberation, some things are beyond your control, and those things cannot be controlled and might not lead to liberation, but your duty is to put in effort and move toward it. But some things, when it is not in your control, that is the demand of the question, that you have to mention things that a person cannot control while moving towards the journey of liberation. Okay. And ultimately the cosmic order, like how the cosmic order functions, what is the ultimate law of karma, what merits and demerits are assigned, what weight is assigned to a certain action, that it is how bad that action is, like that there is a cosmic order, there is a system of cosmic order, there is a system how merits are distributed. So that cosmic order is also not in a person's control. So ultimately, that it is a difficult question, and 10 markers are like this. 10 markers are very analytical questions, and demand demands of these questions are a bit complex to understand. Sometimes they are simple, but sometimes 10 markers are complex to understand, and these 10 markers sometimes create the difference. Like in 15 and 20 markers, a person can prepare, if they have prepared their notes properly, they can write a good answer in those questions. But in 10 markers, you have to be very concise, very targeted, and in a lesser word limit, you have to complete it in a holistic manner. Like you have to satisfy the demand of the question. So it is a difficult question, and you have to understand that what was required. Like human beyond human efforts, what are the things that affect the journey of liberation? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. So finally we have completed this topic, and uh, like it was a mm, it was difficult in the starting for me. It was my first class online, and okay, we will have more interactions. I will like talk more fluently, and will understand questions like these, and like how to tackle them, what are the points that can be brainstormed beforehand, so we can reproduce in a proper manner in the exam. When some surprise element like this comes, you have to tackle it, and we will discuss many questions like this, and we will also launch a test series where a very good evaluation will be done of your answers, and we'll talk about it later. But ultimately, uh, this will be the process of discussion of questions, and we will have a very demand and word limit oriented answers. Like this answer might not be in the word limit, but the word limit increases because we are using very long sentences for your convenience. So but when you are writing, you can definitely use these pointers, and use shorter sentences to fit in the word limit, and this will be a very good answer for this question. And these good answers will give you the lead. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, are you there, sir? Vikas sir? Okay, Shav and Amita, we can leave. I think sir is not there.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ritu, for your patience. Okay. See you
Thank
in the
you.
next class.
Yes, thank you.